Qinakaat. Uvlupak qinnuartullang nialiitsunga. Munarit quvluta iloqata. Ataneeq mumiktitsiruat. Ukuallu hivunniortit. Isumangit ataneeq hilivilluge ilihimanartuanik. Matkoat inuit iloqaannik maani. Nunaptingni ikajorniarmatigit. Kutsaqiliviiliitsqasai toamik uvlupak munarahiliitkitit. Havaktuattaaq matkoat munaqriruat oqautsiptingnik. Ataneeq ilignun qaitkitka uvanga huilloqama ilignun qinnuartuga. Ataramik ataneeq ukuatahiñoqaqqarpatalluamik eqqartillugit uumihuutaatsuamik quvianartuamik qaitsimauarlugit. Uvlupakaahin munaraligitsumaiptigut qanoq inuuniarutikseraptingnik inuuniarutikput ilihimaneran. Unitarpullu inuuniarutikput ilihimaneran ataneeq. Ilivitkamanartuatiin munaranialiitkiptigut. Jesus atqagun aperigikpin. Amen.
Please be seated.
Это маси месалайс масинис виси гуахаядат чиваси министр хаягичи housing NWT out the Mr. Speaker the members dita zong diota go gin de that konsena go in hanu hayagichi onde and the members in hage siasa ta ha ho ti honde that the housing NWT local housing authority and that the hotel yidagi konsena go in and that the kohani sanago in sanago place nago in and that the 278 social housing unit had need chicken that can take kohat and that the housing NWT konsena go la honde that the contractors had need to go in honde GWT that had $150 million gave here and that the assuta hona is ita honde kohani sanago in sanago dera haniwa Kakulti hanika wuti hani utasi goyeda khomut achika itlo hani se hazno egutasi ut achi hutasi hazno ata di gowa hota tonsi etza gonte honte ata ni season da sosin a gonte honte ata di NWT wasi te khosen and that is Nitsi not chosen Honey was a good and that the Hota Senago is a good in Le Hota the Coden Hoya Lass has Ota safety was in Ota Donesi at the go was in Consenago incident Hodia Hodi and that the honey the Ota donezi yada tvot yada rats in one and that ahut in honte and that the ontasin dish connection wo on the sinesi and that the go huda honey rat at the king that don't know Mr. Speaker has not a tonton that he consena got laye hotel that nege what dancing the Ota de onta giwasi di konsensa na gudla ata di khoke di se na hen de gdi se de kana tingin ne ke khudi yu konsi se na gudla honta ye ho tletlin kho in the north slave da suba go mo ya kho go de la se da 25 units di a year hoda konsensa gudla hode and that the what she get for credit a year who does as no senago in normal walls a year honey and that dear south slave the decent wonder non deal that what the two concrete or honey see hey river a year who doesn't go la hunter and that you consenago in out $14.7 million in the horse somebody again la what doesn't the local housing authority needs a get hard, I get in there. And the 2026 honey the and the nation of Google lesson hard I get in there. But hotel down the Desatike, Donat in Ginneke, a year ho, a year thousand senago in, that's a good there, hot in there. And I had that naked that a 1 year so born again lots of social housing good deal. Honey, what I don't family, the honey since I get in there. And the out the deal what I don't. Concernant go in la nation wo hit concern de and the ota di o hota zan di ho e du no on don ha la gedda honde la gedon hat honde apprentice program desnda asianet ke gun chi hani ha get concern ha get honde and the what I think concernant go in plumber get the honey, hot side Tessana in honey was share. Eat la honey with a chica, oh honey, segi in the hensege in the chicken that don't ya hola good in the housing NWT a year ho. And the honey with a reward, and it doesn't hold in, that is in Adla honey. And the local housing authority, they quack out their honey hoda. Honey, I get la honde, and the housing NWT that's a target there, and I see it doesn't get like get done in now washing honde, and the on the taco, the no dancing, on the honey what done a hotel social housing program, how on there, housing NWT. And the honey has a decent honey, let's say the honte. And the repair that doesn't go in, Senago la. What doesn't quack out the honey, a guilty contract that I like the aminite gets long. I said, I see Sena ears in it, gets long, must be geese in the home. Conservation, the ancient die or last name. So now we done the Masi, Mr. Speaker. Member Hayagati, Minister, Destination, Minister of NCPC, Mr. Speaker, and the Northwest Territory Power Corporation, NCPC, the and I did honey a duke honey say yagosin and I did what I what does Mr. Speaker do who get and I did a country hoti what dancing what the honey home members yakin this honey get the chicken dagoa and I did and the government honey gish what the assembly board have a year what Judy Goche have rivers on the board what the Honda la ho honey line doesn't want the and the GWT financial management she line doesn't want the and the honey board independent board members are in there on the chicken duck at Tesla. And the Northern Energy Systems, the honey, and I did guess that I see honey hardly, and I do now what I see 2025 JWT honey, Nicholas in public boards on the Ginchi in the year that honey so what does JWT on the and the Mr. Speaker, you board honey, asking honey, is not that a geek lying down there, and don't the get down the chiles in Kala get doesn't a good year on there, and anta di energy di hota zong si hani ha zhe in si ha zhe tin hota de hua zong si hani ya hola ata si wo zong si da de hota anta di hota zong da ni na da si ha zhe in su ba su ta ne zhe a hani su ba sin ne zhe le ata di go wa hon da ne hon ha da ne sin ne ho zhe a si ha zhe tin wo ke ke ne sin la da sin hon wo de anta di go ho da new board member ya gini si ge guide da on de zon suma ke anta di se hani ke ne gin de non di ye ho de anta di government structure jota ne ye ala ne zini thon kya la ho da ha a di zon le ho in da go a ho tin ho de anta I must see Mr. Speaker. Minister Hayagati, Member Hayagati, Member for Range Lake. And the north of 66, and the Northwest Territories other than and the Francophone education the hanyo
vers le Yukon et le
and the Yukon the good none of the
à desservir les communautés francophones de tout le Nord, créant ainsi une occasion unique pour notre territoire de consolider son rôle de chef de file nordique en matière d'enseignement postsecondaire. Mais aussi prospère que le Collège nordique francophone a été, il ne peut franchir la prochaine étape seul. Pourtant,
and the honey hot in the ho or say hot listen hardy honey was on bahola lane this I the federal government saying and the French education and the hotel no way dear lane the same honey hotel and the long-term plan is
les règles de reconnaissance rigides empêchant les cours individuels d'être officiellement crédités à moins qu'ils ne fassent partie de programmes complets, limitant ainsi la croissance flexible, la collaboration et l'accès pour les apprenants du Nord. Ensemble, ces défis, ainsi d'un manque chronique de
Member from Range Lake.
Member for Range Lake. And the not diet eight and good anyone the good days on the not diet. And that's all must see the Mr. Speaker. And the asi hanyo gut de goyati so gut de ei hot asi de anta zon entire territory anta the not the same member the work down.
Thank you. Member from Range Lake. Member statement.
Range Lake goes on Katetso do Masi in Uvik Bootleg. Masi, Mr. Speaker, the Senke. Tano down, Tawu Huaguja, what I did Senke. Mr. Speaker, Hatlonsa. Ayet, Nuve Kodak and Thai Hall goods on it like what it would Mr. Roland C. Joe what the Anchorage, Alaska, I can't would do see I can't hear that there a psychology degree a year but I would say I got net a sit here I must sit what I see must say. Katetsodo Hayagati Satik Egoza Katetsodo MSC Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, June 8, R.J. Simpson, C. Cleveland, McCahey, Kovalig, that's a day. Ako Quatinte, Kashan, Ako Heslet's Addy. A year corn, that's a dissy. A year Danny. A Danny corn. Neat like Honkiga, what last year that will go in the work plan zone, Lene. A year Danny, a shake lots at Dara. A yeasy contra here than a giha lots at da saison government said that a shake lots it dara a johuti sets in la hote. A year that I see a johuti gira what I say. A year a johuti won't go in dehote. A year that the a year do now yagia tea. A what I hear da shakane zegi or rahote. A high seer the Wadi Cover Lake Nitleko. A ye seer the Ako con Tahe Dicomodon Aconi Jahote. A catai no down, not a catar no good shakon. It's on again on infrastructure, it's on transportation, see, a here lagin that a honey, I call need like call a conegi on day. Hey, Mr. Speaker, Dihani, a here lots at Danny de governments of First Nation, honey, here lagi de hote. It di hutinezi, it minister that we care what that let's I care what a whole one day. Tuna day really day goes on Katat Sodo. Masi Mr. Speaker, Quatin day show the Yalna is the first 1990 Sekie, Quatin day, Quatiajan Gihe like that one day. Negotiator, lawyer, Hanya, Johuti Gihe share like that. A year than a resource development honey Sierra work a lots in that one day. A year agreement see goods on that. A yet a Dihanisi that win delay what the honey now work a lot what done in day. A year see don't see la he don't give a whole on at see okay lots in that one day. The Dantasi Winter Bailey a year I see won't day. A year John Canada see that John Prospector honey like a line down what day yet Ali don't see honey I see won't on it Alina's in line dara the one day. A year call some back a honey a lot down what day. A year diving mine. It's a course da management ile hote de disiage Canada keji it's a betron ke go so sa course go hela daile hote kontra ni siage hote ya ni do se da like edza hote ai do so lise hene ze lada ai in dago khwa go so se de he so go la ha hote yeah, the apprenticeship program honey he it a di honey se da in da goga se da ho tine ze de he sa go tse I ho da da di honey da ni in da na ho wo ni de da ne go he wa ho ni ho di da wo ga tse da ho da dia don na wo honey se a jo ho ti I ke jo ho da Mr. Speaker se ya tina es a go te a sa class ga tune de willy day no don't legi wole na ya tina te masi Mr. Speaker go hi go ne ke hi hada di hani se a jo ho di go hi go he hi da go ne ke go tsa ha ne do a line da ho te e da e hi da ho tine zi don yi ke la da yi ke line da ho te na da le ho tine zi don le son li ha ne na wo tsong ke se ha ne la de ke line da ho te ma se tuna de willy de ma se Yalna North go so ke te so do Mr. Speaker, Joe Assistant, Wogona ni hota wonga te hote. Dize kese hoti nezi alatsa da la home primary care zonke. Eyi don eyi anise da jo eyi hi da don hania jo hoti gike jo hana hote. A jo hote ki dongi zite kana tsetle zo hatsele ha onile ne eyi wo good dis ya hlona tsia da hote ne dona da hlona sane na dike zo go la da hani de da primary care edehe sago ki la hote ni tle ile hoki yene de wo gona hote hote a practitioner that wants a once a jo hote de kana gi tle dio ta indi na ke hola ne go tsonti na wo se wo ga na da ho hote a da le a yesi a jo hote la ho o he nurse practitioner honey primary care here like de se a jo do like na get le ha was ti wo hote a ye honey do ne like na get le honey de se win di le wo ke jo hote da ye se ye se ga se son pa go la atla tsi wo da lia jo khotaya ga la ni nurse practitioner la ne la gi de ha tsi wo hote da le ai se gira wata a se a kwetlo la ni a jo hote de ke tset le ha hote ye se sta Aye, Zanga, Tuga, honey, don't get do it, share her, condo, light the Atlante, honey, that he in one goes a gila, la da jahote. A ye has a case management, honey, see lavo or lahote. A ye dale, what I hit dune see, and a sita giho a lega. Kikela da dahote. Da dihani na wosi tsadagi di tsi wo hote dihani la ho on da hane dona gi tsada tsa dan wo tso da tsa dini de se wo ta a hote se ya tina e so gote asatla se ga do legi wonde ne ya tiona te Masi Mr. Speaker, I don't know that's on high said that one. Dear ni la here that what I hunt da season neck a good so donut de he a ye has a control healthcare okay the on donating kids idea that what I must say. Frame Lagos on the test so don't. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, di zang ta di hani dong gi he go doing le ho te go so intergovernmental council. It a di zon la ni da go he ho oni le. Hane ko ada ni o agant ese haisia. Di cabinet at so ha go get di ho de. Na wo go get si ha get di ho de. It Eyi adani wo wata ase wo gon haisia hode asi hani he wo gon go tsadeni de hajon sadin la ne hola hode di Bill 15 eyi ajo hit ya tla tlotsa tatsa wo wike la tsada hode eyi da He Bill 29 do konai quid do segi he go to hode eyi da DAC Tłı chŭ what's oseda kona wike la hoda la da de hode eyi Bill 26 eyi shi do na wojone yin ain le hode eyi da di Eyi Bill 26 ta negin ain le hote. Eyi da Mr. Speaker di ani do ani what show get so do he nit le jone ke ani de eyi da wo se wo go get da ha win di le hote. Eyi da di government se da ni also di hani na wo zon wo ke go tsa de ne tsa lezo da wo ke go tsa da ni ha hone eyi da di government se eyi se da don le ko tha go tso gi tso na go tsa de le la ne hote eyi da le di GNWT jo adani dia ni hina wo se ika la da se da da wo ni sai di ni de ne sia hote ma se de chogo so ke te so do Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hajon etzanek ese da zo kontra ya kolasi e konti git a don da ki a hote et dans le sens d'argent ne contrat light desi gira win dealer hote donne hier sa desi son qui went a han gi ona ni de hote et d'aller di argent et han ni donc c'est à dans de que la guerre da hi de get sa hote 2023 quota government Northwest Territories did the alcohol strategy hanenit lenegi ahode ya jon don hanike lai desi go lagi de hode Ayet ali di asi honoda sin lai wo lau da gidi da hanen na wo get sin hode Ayet ali hanit na wo ga sa jon hoti tsagin di hode Ayet di 2028 hani ke lagin da hote thai kho tla kho adani ayesi illa ni hani se la wotsan ke wadana get khasi ayedani go hi ase thadia da de hi ta wo ke jong hote Mr. Speaker, dio ta na ke hula ne go ho on aja hote. I say we get laginda honi hodi. Yeta di asiazo na ke inch hane yati ke on ta hane. Don't so ekwe go get de honini. You ke jo ha se wo de yi alcohol strategy wo good dita toazo gi ke jo ha gi wo hote masi. Tłı chȯ gozo masi Yellowknife Center gozo gatesodo masi Mr. Speaker di no fault insurance honey wo go de home Mr. Speaker di Don't hani se da sat so betchik e get dini de eye se do sa de so hani se wo ho ti ho te eye da di no fall system hani se go shi ho te eye da di si do gira a ho I ho te in di se ta ho sa good ini de accident ha good ini de ami what a ho ni ho di
we help. Instead of waiting for a court date, getting your doctor, instead of getting lawyer's bills, you get income replacement. We're choosing rehabilitation over legalization and litigation, Mr. Speaker. Why are
Mr. Speaker, and the downtown Titsukeho at the Hanesi, decent had the Honey Codon, the Danesi don't not if you don't what a day, and the cold room Hanesi got a day, wasn't that get a day, and the don't and don't Mr. Speaker. And the legal fee in that decent one day. It don't Mr. Speaker did and don't we have the Northwest Territories one day and did and don't and don't okay, don't get that did one you hot that Tala Hosan Leon Mossy, Mr. Speaker. The Elmer Central Mossy on the member I agree. And did go off that don't community and this is called now we saw the Northwest Territories and the excellent award honey sent and don't and the community government a yuho and the healthy environment honey what and don't the honey the John that was you honey without corn we saw on there and I did that all had all I get doesn't need so get dinner on there 2021 the key years on there and I did honey on there and the transparent policies on the 29 a year without housing, community service, wish honey, cultural program, environment, honey, husband, wish and the honey said, lots in down there. And the healthy community, honey, want yes, honey, the hot it down there. And the community, honey, get did it see on there. And the and don't and the Fort Simpson, honey, that show First Nation Health and Wellness, honey, want and the ninth community shed la get down there. And the on land healing see on there. And the traditional healer honey see on there. And the and then it won't at the and the Tłı First Nation Masi Health and Wellness Masi Nezia Laginda and Nezi and in the honey beautiful honey and the member Hayaget member for Murphy. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did think isn't at a dicky nice ago. This a car in war, Central regions on one eye, as an is in one eye go to no phone. And I won't know what toilet on there. And I did, and I don't want more person one is in there. And I won't see deal as a car so Kevin seen that so you hold that dinner lately. And I did that had with the honey hotel is a car. And I did the honey had honey was it the inlay of the car. And I did you fall out on the neck in down the Kevin get decent a car here on the what tada wins on there. And I deal what I don't have don't you more go with this and what I honey on the is a cow you won't dare something. Honey saka honey woho honey says with dinner leo the Mr. Speaker. Kevin Junior Woodson parents has a good deal on there. Kevin Senior, the Zentant okay, that Gia Goga, Hoda, that Gia Goga, Hoda, at the Dian, and the Dian, and the go she's and the new that had in Ho and Watson, and the Dian Ho and Watson, and the Inda, the Sakha. And the honey dead Zahania Zakania, and it's more dead Zah. And the more second, and the did that have March second get well no phone there is a cousin will live the March second they did. What did. And I did what I don't Kevin what good did what I wish a night go to no photo honey don't let home live there. And I did honey wait delay on there. Honey could not need to walk a coy delay. Did that coy delay. Do that saka honey woho the handa sakanits a sail with delay. And I did do the saka waiting listen what he and I did the medical care the deal. And I did eat Hunter what a honey was on cousin honey I get pay. And I did and the low income support what's a whole decent hard the social housing what's a whole decent hard deal there. And I did what's a whole dear son what's a hot ye lot in the level there. And I did and I don't what I see you need to that. Mr. Speaker, and I did get in again, so we did on there. And I did what I got in, you have said, decent on there. And I get that decent on there. And I did Kevin, it's a deal. And I see what I would do, honey, me. And I did, Mr. Speaker, not diet equi, and I did Kevin, what's on parents give us, and that's not. And I did, what I don't, honey, only, Zakat SS ha wait dile hani ko da wait ki hani gion ke da desints and di da don son cheve ho on gni tronde da and di what dance am yita hoin di tension government da don and di da don sakha ne da quite wala de school ne da quite yo de don and ne da coin da ho da don ne da ko da ho and di go ho da don sakha gi shonola gia don dige shesunda de ta si sakha de shesunda get de shesi ha ge han ko wolonu ko ye na dia ho de wona te dia ho de and di hanin kevin net le kwat ya di le ta net le kwat ya han ko and di de and di okay han sakha soni wo loni wo anat ya de sakha and good days had the get home doesn't have the asi ha in had the tani wo to get doesn't a lake about home doesn't only honey ko one more you need ko and the honey one more that you and the and the go what I do to listen Tom was zasoni and I didn't do so that get home doesn't didn't get height in leho and the other son you want and the mercy and the other one home there and the and don't I does it gladly and the unit was in the honey the Mr. Speaker and did Jenkins no de wala da did Jenkins walk on it here and hota and that ya get here I get Tanya walk out get home doesn't massive Mr. Speaker.
Our condolences go up.
And the family a year there. And they came out down what's a good day on there. And that member I get you. Member statement. Haton go members of the SATU. Member of the SATU get that so do Haton go mercy Mr. Speaker. And go what I thought Mobina so down Modina come there it's and the Northwest 21 years ago I think trying down there and did Ross father hang down there and did and drawn Nizin what doesn't take in for good hopes on daily and did and Mr. Speaker Aurora and did the Donga what the Kate Simpson year there and did and I don't part of the community honey on the Mobudina the Alberta the I think get down the and the amateur and the message. Tongo, a member for Great Slave. And the tire assemblies in the zone on the page, neatly go take it literally honey on the page to get this account, they're going to get the honey a year that a year going to the mercy. Tongo, member for Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Ata di uta zon deputy director de di sin Antonio Hoda. Ata zon ata di what dancing Felix ke di de di sin Antonio Hoda honde. Ata di masi di jage go ga kwe hoda masi honde. Masi Mr. Speaker, anta di sakha check le ko thagi road lake igutan te sakha tha meriana ai anta di te ai guya dage is nit le goni ke gelia get masi gisi na fonde ha thago ga ke recognition anta don goye kwe ho geteya te chigizi naizi sazilende se wago ga kwe go kunsin de go ga kwe anta the notice of motion Trinity holiday
Member from Trinity Willett.
Masi Mr. Speaker the zone motion did zeges anta the tihane the zone
And whereas water
DT agent goods a highly hote that di zanek Alberta goods set agent T goods a hot low a ye zanek goods set T were good DC is G at Zahudi hote a D Alberta good so a yajo witty T what a hoga a hote a D 2022-23 teach a had need tightly hoodie hote a ye cruel oil sands Alberta good so a ye T had need teach a tightly hote a yet a lee Saha what's a say hanino a you get to let tea goods a highly what a yet the Alberta Water Amendment Act a ye peace slave is at the baskets on tea honey goods a highly what a ye see a ye honey that joe a donation Shihanira like dead do ya Lisa that will have le hote in the Atlant Wagots on Ayeta Alberta see good sunset a year Amendment Act 2025 Ayeta Nisset Lahadita will go de Galani Ukela Hoda Lehode Ayet Ali a year need he goods a highly hote a yako asagut in there. A year line says that I work again to honde. A that dead and you he dear honey who did a year shares on giga taunt a year John agreements in New Brunswick, Ontario. He give here honey get all honde. A Italy donation since that it Zanek and I get desi. A honey will go there. We're going to say here, go get do le hoodie hoode. There, say here, go get do le. Ali D Section 35 Constitution Act 1982 Gutsosi Doneso Tle Treaty Rights Gitron Hudi Hode a treaty Ekedi Honda Inch Donedi Tanzan again I get this in it and I do not work and I get day lazy Ainsley Nageze look I get that so I get le I said that so he I get see what I did Tanzan again. Yet I lead that show goes I get that so don't sit that I did I see government Northwest Territories. Alberta Bill 7, which I go get that gets equal with a Water Amendment Act 2025. See a ticket lossy a asin a jongots or hutine ziket honene dite as a negajuti guhidia hote. A government Northwest Territory government Canada to go get that a woman a ye la deke la hodasi a ye tea asades so see rana that's a deha hodem tea tehi teacher dihina dehi. Yazo ticket losi wuhui dia hu wuhta dita zanege a ye the government Northwest Territory yazons a ticket lohanira na wutsi tosi a derajo dongik e jo hatsi wuhtajon Alberta it's a federal he rana wugi tosi a yesi cruel taili teachi what tosi a yehutine zingike gihui dia hatsi wuhta. A year say government Northwest Territories. As on Tigut's like it Lohanira now what's it say? A year say well good DC out go get that a one that Alberta it's a federal government he. A year say teach hani thought only the all sense so teach thought only the you will go hago get that a year say government Northwest Territories. Those sont things so hagedia hotenda wa kwa yali e yajunda da go ge kya hote e yehane na wo se go hidianet ale wo go did I go he go get do get in government Northwest Territory see as wo go dis ya da ne ticket lo da ne tita la get da jo wo go dis jo ezane ge na tsa desi ha go get di ha tsi wo hote ajo de wo hidia hote net ale a yes, government Northwest Territory in Shakwanoda Nano Zenzo Giraho Ohotadina was a good lega. Must say I'm emotion can go down. The show goes on, get that sodo. Must Mr. Speaker. Se enda hote gedi on da also ha gedi hote ayeta go here see Mackenzie River so se ta tita tseti hote azon deni lihia jo hitia ya golahi what a tseti hote ayet ali se did zakesi ayet de hani se gora what a hote. But I'm yet ain't a set I go out with a hote Italy. A yina was set I wicked said dear how good so hoy lim what I did zura lako in done who wanted they see gira what a hote Mr. Speaker D Denny Lee se ajon British Columbia Alberta ho a yajon he gets on his ajon goods on Haiti hote. Ayet diha nego he hagon tenet ale edzan neke seta yazon tiguts go he dia da honte ayet hanit do hanik like a lagi deni de hanit a lagi de tisit a lagi da honte ayet yeah, Jean, what Asiazo and Dahotanet Aligura, what Ahote, Mr. Speaker, Dihani Hagon, Ted Yes, it he had Nisi Asa Deso seats in Wohote. A Zanek, as it government gave Lindsay at Gigawatt net ali transboundary agreement, Hanisi Gihets it hote. A 1997 Akohanira now Woholin le hote. Alberta, Saskatchewan, Yukon, Zanek, Esiajo, Hani, Hiajo, Hunti, Iajo, Dedani, de Asi, Daishesi, Adajo, Gurawacha, Ahunte. The honey agreement say ki honey ho only le Mr. Speaker di hi na wo ahudi hi ta go hi go ga wata ade what I said da wata asiazo and danet ali go ga wata ahudi honte eye da neo tia ne go so say you go ga wata ahunte net ali Alberta, British Columbia ki hi na wo it honte ayeda ayeti here asa deso si wata wo ahodi hote aye hani aye si dani gudi hani ajo hoti jongi khetse kweta hani gi khe ala tsada hote ayeda di hani agreement si you go what I wanted those on Yagi Linsia on Dehi, a sad desogi, what I Atsangiguna, that get the hotel. Ayeda, a ye honey, don't necessarily say go ahead, he said, I what I don't now work again, Jonet Ali, you will good deed, a honey, go here like that hotel. Ye honey, cuison la maison, la hodaha, hunteneho, haneko, ami said, I did deke, a la dasines deke, di hunte, tisia ki wohudi, gi wohunte. Ayet ali go hinsi, donsi, won't a jesse, wohudi, hunte, ali, in done home winning the goga water, a hunte, goods on donna, wohani, he goga water at it once in wohunte. Go hinsi ajo hunti azon de hane ticket o si ajo hunti go awata ayeta di hani si di hani agreement se ta wike ala khoda ha si si wonte ayeta li di hani ti wacho edaga ala godda hadinet ali di zeke dani na wut sinse ta inda na ho woni de si Gogawata ahahante ayeta Mr. Speaker the motion set I would a die di what I did it's a neke goga masi. The show goes like a test so do I mean motion can go down. Tuna day willy day goes like a test so do masi Mr. Speaker the motion which she said do hazon gura wata ahode ayed set in sonse adajo ayeda don monta chakasi in kwagogun we let it wote ayage setso ayeda di hani se da don so cancer good data ayage se hote sage de hote ayeta le de dingi so treaty right see gana that's a de hote ayedon homata jongi ke johone ayeda aye hani si ani thada hita ayagi se hote ayeta don si asa de so si wo hote aye go hisi dani go heho onse aye hani do so go tiani thata ta yagi li hote do so de chini ke de na geze zo ke le hote tisia jo hoti ne ke hi ya glase ta giga wata ata what I say I get in hote de hito tisia lini de go hisi aye li hote jo hola somba ke join mine would say or say hani go heho o hote ayeta di adani government se kutsa lagin da se ta hani aya ne arsnek se ta what ahi gunne hi ajo si de he hi si si de hote ấy ta li đi han ni sẽ ta cho gun này cái ha con chơi hồi ta han ni ta cho ấy han ni sẽ cho hui ti ấy để hết sức có là ha sẽ có trả hồi ấy ta li gu hi gu ti ya li xin là ta get so hồi ấy ta li đi han ni gi he ho ho để hết sức có cái là ha đi là hồi ayat ale dihani government se ta treaty nagi taha getsa za hote ayat transboundary agreement ya Alberta hanigi hena wutsi hote ay hani kota yagala se gi he na wutsi to hani ko dihani ko management se go lelani ayat go he goes a government se go hoi dia ha gets in for hote go ya ti wi lela ni hote do go ga go de wi lela ni hote hane ko di kwa wala di cruel mind a comfort McMurray ga a ko tia jo go mo si a 5.3 hat losia da ti slightly hote de so a ja hote Aye honey hago janeho aye company Alberta C aye do geek ho jacque ha wa ho wo hode aye da di goods on government say da hada good di na kid ala ni zo hago ke di hode aye Alberta goods on say da Aye honey, so go gain the lehote aye transboundary agreement nagita lehote aye ta inqualane good so go get the ha hot aye lehote honey ko si aye si aki honey hago jani le
The transboundary agreement
the transport agreement wo ye da te ai da ge and that isn't the was you ha hodle la ne le ha ni wo de he so go sit la in le and di oda ha go te Alberta honey bill 7 the ani water act what de agi de di ode and di da kwat ro in de ani chi ani what is na di chi ani what is da the city of Vancouver and the ani tree that listen had the ani chi ai the ti ta ila hon de si idea you da ni hani da ho se da ho de da ti hani ho ko de the transboundary agreement wo de asi to de he so good it lase in le de got he oti hani si asi uta anta ta anta di de okay di da chocolate would take at sein de sind die hat der sind da hat der die oder die da gut on treaty right so that done that said and die da and don't you got the I see lo and the Alberta government home you know yeah she said go get last in le de die da go ya she said da gi thale go tsin gi ale and don't transboundary agreement ho and the clet old honey the water the dear ho the and the party honey so go to the and the oil industry honey so go to the sea and did why got on the oversight board honey ya got see hode and did he who want at the bilateral agreement, what they have so good in Lasin, Lihontan, it's on due motion, what was in our war, at the tea, that's a CD. The treaty rights since on that get asking around there, and the whole management actions the Hanisa who got a deal there. That how good you there. Tioda Alberta honey did go aho. And I did tea honey there. Or that what a tea that also tea is what that's in the art there. Go ask what are on there. That cheese and cake, what's in there, cheek isn't a lot in doesn't. I think they hotel that go ya cheese and cake on days. And they honey treaty rights, but it home now war. It has now the Alberta, the DC rights gets on there. And the Washington at the day at least the rights and is good on there. And the Yatina so Alberta gets on it when they say this now there must be Mr. Speaker. Tuesday will the motions on member for Frank Lake. Must be Mr. Student what lads go there or the and the Hayagi cheats on a horse and I did the you know was not dearly now what I died here on the motion to member for Great Slave. Must be Mr. Spill and I did what I see and I did the Amina what's in you can last night like Masi geese in a phone and the February 26th gets a good a year now wasn't a died here on the member for Great Slave Masi motions on Mackenzie Delta. Masi Mr. Speaker saying can you walk on this why I was asking you go get there and I do that Charlie Snowshoe honey go there really who didn't say any Charlie Snowshoe Alberta honey the BC is no con and the dear court on home goes the tear view there and I do that the northern part of Canada that's not you there and I do that since now wasn't that idea on the Mossy Mackenzie Delta did get tested to Mossy Motion Young Life Center. Mossy Mr. Speaker and I do that Nezzy Hayati and I do that what that's a dealer on the and I did that don't teach a door lady I is a door teach what that's at the teach what that's at the on the teaching and I did what I at the cut at the what that's at the what I that she as I see so then I wasn't so what's only she did this as you down a she got to lay she will learn that idea and I did teaching that idea emotional since that idea motion member for Range Lake. Must Mr. Speaker and I did certain colleague emotion that idea the young Jennifer Nation get the Chief Drag Secretary it's that doesn't get the that Denny Sada didn't this as you honey who hire get shield what from the and that she's what I said that she would dance said that's now only and the treaty rights and you go get this or that and that they go walk that I get deal that what I didn't she's what and the member must see we see she won't that now only she's and that tune day all the day now only she's and the Northwest Territory and the and in the season what's that idea on the member for Range Lake motions on member for the Sachi not get that so done Mercy, Mr. Speaker, since the la hoje, zona hoje da ontada gedia willen da na wasn't a dia on the and that she's what I said that she's it down there and that the what the hot she said doesn't on there what are you that did you yet show tie only that shows a dia this is such is a get motions more get Mercy, Mr. Speaker, and at the end of the she said that don't there was what and that she's what I said and the song on the beginning the song the she what that and that deal what that had said didn't any now who did she now was what a idea member for the Bacha. Mr. Speaker, and I did the recommendation early. And I did cabinet get in the water on the motion. And that's how get the tune the asking the mercy, Mr. Speaker. So some colleagues must see Mr. And I did the recorded votes on me. Ami edisi itra hunde ami wa esi nawo tuni de holiday member of Decho Satu Young Life Center Range Lake Nuvik Wood Lake Morphy Frame Lake Great Slave Mackenzie Delta Young Life South. I'm get them the I'm Lenny and I get them now what has in now Sabacha, Young Lake South, Cham Lake, Hay River North, Hay River South, and Navy Twin, a member from the Nakput.
Thank you.
Colleagues, all those in favor, 11 opposed.
The 11 Hagedy and the motion holding there. Motion, Young Life Center, and the motion of chair, and the electoral boundary on the table document 482 bracket 1 2025 26 comment final report table win against you on the and the 2025 26 electoral boundary final report and the go what's under member Yelna South Kayla 483 20 bracket 1 25 2026 and the committee of holds are there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Motions on. Is that how get that? Did you the motion hold Leo there. Motion. Young Life Center, Mercy, Mr. And let this at the Legislative Assembly, the table document 445-20 bracket 1 2025 review Northern and the compensation benefit report to the Ginchi on the and the 2025 you go to work on a benefit report and the what's in automobile member from Young Life South again law 400 table document 445-20 bracket 1 and legislative benefit and the committees all holds are there on the mercy, Mr. Speaker. Motions on that how get that that's the idea me anymore I mean Leno I said then motion for Leo there motion Member for Murphy. Mr. Speaker, motion Tłı chŏ
of rent for elders in
Ontane kon na get this yi la motion le. Ontane si ta di te zan ke public housing na get this ki he jo an ko che zo ta again danet ali ki ga windy le hote. Ayet ali li di te zan ke se ta jo hi on ta he wugi hi di hote kontrane chala na get desi ayet adi adani jo gi he ho on si ayet de di se ta de kon ne zi gi he na te ha tsi wo hote ayet on ta ha ni si goyat hi ha ni hi wata a hote Eradi konson ke hani de on da hani se da zo huthinezi on kanezi ege dalle hotenezi de hege dile hote eyeda eyane konsatrat konage disi azo konage dilene de what a huthinezi gi ho on da hote eyeda le Getetso dose de Shogosodi Assembly say Government of Northwest Territories. Haniga policy gets a want on it to on die Canada sin la he public housing I get this a yes in what a had a want a Government of Northwest Territories. The motion is like when not that not sense on Kika la da de Masi. The chogos are get so do. Masi, Mr. Speaker. The motion say that a government say that on Dahani Ekatano dan sin large public housing that get desi gets a dear hearts in one day. A year said that on Dahani he Satante Konage dear gets in for lehote. Also at Zanek Erani de on Dahani he a key some by here that's on. Asia zonge hedet he won se jet tle hani asia jona geti hote onda ayeta di onda hani si sad sombat wet hat jonge ga ita hote sat hat kona geti se ta gira se ta win dile hote onda hani hi na geti leni dene se hain le hote hat so ho hani John wait isi de kenezi ke get di tla ho hani tla da ge di hote ye da le kontana chala ya gala se ta ye se kon de chila se go shini lene ye da gi he sia sia zon de ti ya gonte ye se na wo gi tonto aginte hote Ayeta di hani se ata di te zanne ke se gilla si weta a hode. Ayeta di se done son shia ti hani si ke gejo hani hit a dotsa ke di hode. Di ani on ta hani gitsa tse di ni de hot hini zigo he ho o at I hode. Ayeta de disi de kontane zihani gik et dini desi da ase hlohita guts a di at I hote ayet a di hani kohani tsonke hani de yani social service hani sita gita ho alle at I hote itali di government tsonke hani de yani hutini zi ontana gede at I ha hot ene hani ko giga ke hodide yeta ya nisi sombat ahani gitsats indini de konake dialega atlani de wahanini de wata onta hanisi hota sonho egalagi da net ali aki hani gits ahudini de tsinwo hote ayet adi agent donne sedin motions adage dini de hote ayet ontawizi hekatana da sin lawo goni de ayihani da woke hudi hatsi wo hote namasi Mr. Speaker de chogoza ketesodo pufigoza ketesodo masi hata de chozo masi wisi Mr. Speaker, hajon de kehi on taso konwacho hane satate na gede hon goshin sohote ki he guts di ho o e he se asiazo ki he de hi hote et a de on ta hane se ta on kya gira windy le ana hoti un kya un seje tle na idi so kohi un kya na ge di le hote di hane da Kotana chalan tlo go ta hane da gi he ho o he hi ko hane de thila hi go shin le hote et a on ta netlo si public housing hane ki e hani zora ora ho online hote e dale on ta se ta go khotha se gi ta a hote gon ko ya thi ke ge di do gi li hote e da e ya ni do na wo se gi ni hi na so ta ha ne go tsa ge di hote e da e ya ni on kya wo he se tsa ha di la ni hote Ayeta on ta ni se huti ne zegi ho on ha si tsinwo get isi gira si wata ahote eye hani si ajo inta goga si goga wata ahote eye se ki khozo rungo tsa da tsa dile hote eye tsa do si na dik ezo na wotso ke hani de hi e yisi wo gotsa de sathant e ko hani giran hani na ge disi in duat ini de se ta huti sine ze de he ge dileat e hayet a hani leni de tsi wo de the emotion tsa si e yiwat a hi on ta hani hi e ya ni se ta hani Ayeta di ye kohani se ta jo public housing na get de se ta hotine se ge he on ha tsi wo hote ye de di ta ha ne ge tsi honi de ne se hote ta le to ha jo de motions ta ge di ni de ge ho hote go on ta ge ki ke tsi dira a ho di hote Masi motion motion ke go there y'all knife south your knife center the motion what's a die dia hote ayiro a hodisi sara sani le hote on da hanya tsongit a die di hotine zigi da sits in water at tsongira na da tsa de hote ayeta ayi hi monta don sonse ta acid monta de dise go he go get do hote ayi se ta jo hotine zegi he ho on tsi wo hote ayi ta le di public housing tsong ke se ta won go tse de hotine ze wo ka tse thoni de ne sia hote ayi he ayi ha ne ko hi income support honey giga night di hote ayet ale had hani da etlese da nis ekwile la ni hote ayet di hani se da hat ileni de nesia hote eki what I can eat so at ilani hote ay government so back at di how it's a hote Mr. Speaker, Masi, a ye hani government si ki kela da ha tsi wo hote di na wo si tsada ge di ha de hote mo fi go se ma se we hote on da ha ne si tsada di hote na tsonga go de hote de di we ti se da ga go de di ne dale e yene zi ha ne ala da hote Young Life Center Masi Tuna Day Willie Dego Sodo Masi Mr. Speaker Sinhi Dina Woods a Dai Di Hote Ada 19 Assembly Social Development Ekoda Betchako Natsadeko Kongus in Dead Hoda Wanati Hote A on Dai Le Hadi A year said a year on the TC a year public housing a year what's on a coach he 80% la tlongi chile hadi a financial act policy which or ha good giant le what a year now was a hadi adlesant a how Mr. Speaker Di hanisi ta do ajo de hesa go ge e aja what a self government claim hani e da on ta hanisi ta o ta go hoga go ge to hote e hanisi ho se hani se ke ge dile hani ko di ko se won go get de hi Di na wo see what's a die di hote ayada di shi wo na ni ho housing NWT the DCC MHC here da wo lo la ho wi ha hote ayada liazo ko hani ya gitson se da gunde ha honi ha jo hot is a get lezot a ha hote ayada DT wo ga tsadani de dani sits in lani de ne tsadit a won go tsada ja hote ayada Mr. Speaker motions a dai di I mean motion ke go there sati ke go to must see Mr. Speaker see he the motions a dai dia hote See on da song gi da hote e gi he go to e da on da ha ne gi tsa la hot da le ni de ne ze hota e ye ha ne on da se on ka se tlota gi gi kha ala ni hota na a le gi tsa tsa di ni de ne ze hote e de ke hanira si tsake dirage kwe hote e hat de it tsake dinet ali de di somebada rahi gitsole a hot e hote hota hanita dina woods a dai diana hote ne masi satike go tsake tesodo Humba chago so get tesodo. Masi Mr. Speaker, the government said motion see Young Life North goes on get tesodo. Masi Mr. Speaker question a motion I want to dise masi de hote e hajo on ta hani sigi he gut di ho o a hoti ke he ti hote e hani hi housing subsidy income support hani gut hote hani ko e hi dera gut a hoti le la ne hote Ayet ali domo da se da si net gira net so go la ni hote ayi he si jo on da mo da si gi he ha got eleni de ye kontale chela hani ya ni zo khozo go shi hote da ye kontase da do dia ni si da gits at dili ni de tse wo hote ko hi de ga hi donga so ga wa la le hote ye he si di le we ke he ya gin ti di moda do edera na take de hotel ko di hani na would a do tsagedi ki wondo on ta hani si hagi wole hanigi wole ho
For them and the what they've contributed throughout their
Anta de anta zon ane ko zon de ka wo ho onke dan asi na ke dile ho de anta di don ye da son bata da ta ho ti ani na wo ho anta di se anta di ani what da in the support program anta that's on the income support and public housing. Honey, oh, and the honey one, and it's it doesn't the and the one the get now going the same is the policy honey won't had that sign this in this and the anta di go hada di now once that I member for friendly Mossy Mr. Speaker anta di go di the yeah shell and it wasn't got there anta di Mr. Speaker anta di the threshold honey so yeah good there the social support the and the housing and the real life north the the and the housing need who the and the and the you know what a idea sin now the and the and the don't the that don't the other the and and the and the was that on the net the ye once in a once in a hotel and the what I doesn't lay I doesn't lay the Antanesine hotel at it in hotel and it's all the war it does it gladly it's and that's all the war need also I can't have easy the war sin now the war sin now the war that is had last in there and that Mofi now you also what's that idea on the member for Great Slave, Mr. Speaker, the Mofi Catatso don't does a member for Mofi and the Masi wish that 我的真的话。OK，我打你是莫打是给好啊，的莫打是多呢，我打你是给，也两的是还牛考，的考牛我是的给找好点好点啊，那我是，的 member 莫非是个太错，东我打是马西我换马西我想好的。And the housing minister yeho mo futo ke tetso don dasin hani housing yishet la dasin hode and mercy Mr. Speaker member for Great Slave motion on member for Range Lake mercy and since now since I dia hode dia da on ta hani da gita hode ada dia da done now ke ginde hode and dia da and di ye now wo since I dia wo ke da dia the policy was in Tadi out there on Tagasi hot at Leha as it came there. And I deal with the zone, deal that did now was what on there. And I did was somebody to this hand that I said and zone and zone and zone on chicken that get there with this what a now was get out there. I mean, now was who that must have seen now wasn't a idea. Member for Range Lake to the motion. And that's how get that idea. Member and I did I seen the higher. I must see this in the home. Has to so okay question must see the motion who owns it that get the now who owns it that get the Hayachi and the that now who owns it on the and I get the on the song you out on the and the on the song that it didn't live on Tanat on dana get this and the negation ho on at a hontagon sala and the central region from Dion doesn't lie okay hardly diagono up north and nisoni a you on the gate dia ho honde and the ota some bars and the gets at the at it and the all housing policy and and don't list the lane there and the tune day will the deal had the on the and the what's some bar and the coach shed on some bar night you call it no. Honey, calling now, wanted eating now, when it's in the chasing. What on the get at the dear hot in the mossy. Thank you, member for Murphy. That's how get that this idea. Member for I'm anyone has on hours. Member for Murphy, Friendly, the Great Slave, Mackenzie Delta, member Young Left North, Trinity Willade, Decho, Satu, Young Left Center, Range Lake, Nuvik Wood Lake.
All those opposed, please
Ami lene wosi nauza.
All those abstaining.
Ami said then I won't can you wosi nauza.
The member for Thabacha,
Sabacha,
Yellowknife South,
Yellowknife South,
Cam Lake,
Cam Lake,
Hay River North,
Hay River North, Hay River South, and Nivik Twin Lake, and member for the Nakput.
So, do we take a break?
Thank you, colleagues.
The colleagues must see. Honda egidi don and I didn't know who knew there.
Colleagues, being
And I did Sadze Hotse the motion and the Honda Tonlagia on the and I did Holla and get Hota on the Mossy.
For the break. Motions. Member from Trinidad Willade.
Trinidad Willade motions. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. EU medical travel policy, the 1982 treaty rights who did a honey now work at Joe a giant le a ye health service honey that isn't good idea how who deal le a treaty 8 and treaty 11 don't have Jean at that neck and I get there say a ye treaty I said a good a who deal la ne appointment it's on a dick as on a good needs on care. Okay, in that neck, don't gig a hot trahonde. A dean don't in that so see Nadik as in that Danny day. A ye say what he na a dealer hote. A year honey house services, see goods a hood dealer hote. A ye see. It's a day whereas Nadik Azura contract gets a done in the year one segura night dealer hote. The Monta Seta in that neck, a Seta can get Denny the daddy night dealer hote. A yet a lady Seta medical ambulance, honey, she okay, Monta Dogo hat in Lehote. And dear Nisi gets on treaty right night halela ni hode. A here sees status First Nations again lihi Montana Dick Azuna what I gets a hood dealer hode. The federal government added the engaged the giga hood hale hode. A here see a medical travel like a get denny there. Gets a get decent a half a day. A year's a medical travel, say, on asset that the goods and get dealer with a yet the armies I don't sound clear, Lindsay at the honey, what's a dear half one ain't le a yet a lady calls to action 24 honey that they get le 18 to 24. A yet you don't get on health rights, honey, she good, she what equity. The honey don't say that's a cool honey, that car honey, she gets a dear what a United Nations, that now would day which she would a. You don't know so things that you can't say that I see dear night day. The government said that honey that the government of Northwest Territories United Nations Declaration see what on geek as you don't know so gets a deha hotel. The Section 35 Waga Constitution Act 1992 Waga alla get the ha hotel. The March 6, 25, 20 brackets 1, March 6, a government of Northwest Territories, a hanina was at a woods that get the again won't a move fees or a catastrophe don't sit a did medical travel policy. Lladi adlat e won't a could ignore lladi adla a monta samba wallahi don't want that emergency giga gets a dihani days NIHB can I get in the gas samba wallaha hote a that don't say sa this on see who won't a that dihani da a ye see a government Northwest Territories medical travel Zanik eseta johani ayi giga wallahi yishia zo hunte dos gitsa hage dia hunte. Ayi hesi government Northwest Territory ayi compassionate medical tsadisi donegi hesi hui lani de gitsa diha hani na wusha dia tlaha honde ayi ta patient escort hani na wusi ayi hesi government Northwest Territories Ajon Gitson travel policy, see declaration on the rights of indigenous people. Yina waga he wakoi diga lani hani da donetsa Allah hodaha honte. Yet Ali Guhi donason cleansing linguist treaty right we taha the section 35 Constitution Act 1982. Yet the government see 120 days wagaho on what I say yelaha. Good na good there. Motion can go down. Move figures like a test so do. Must see Mr. Speaker the motion to die di hote. Go he on da hago get di hote. Contact it's a denny de hajo at hag a hood he contact it's de go get di hote. Hotigo kun nota daha gugin ho atsohani ya tigo rage ahote atson chekuhani ya tiga ge ahote eye donze hani eye lihani woni lene kontak get deni de eye ali medical travel se ta jo hani hi ta wo go hi on kya go tso hoi lini le Eta don contact deni de go don contact de hote e si on kya son badara he gets only le eta dani medical travel gets a dia only lene eta dani dune si amigo don contact denet ali medical travel he okay monta donne medical travel what's in or he gi he hoi la ho honte do monta go he atira go chile hote si some bas on legedi go he a konso ke get the had digedi hote e hani ra some ba go shi hote hani ko some ba hi de ni le medical travel hota do monta giraki goods di la jahote go do contract de hote hani ko do monta minister ho hadi hote et hun sa asa good in de si do on hi kwala ne de hesona get de hote ande ko adani travel insurance kits only. Ya jo satson what I hear it like hits on agonte. Eta asi la ne program and services hani goods only le. Eta dina wosi what's a die di hunt here motion thing dani atle he jo tunade willy de motion yes what's a die di masi tunade willy de go tak so do masi Mr. Speaker the motion can go te kwesi I see how the government he goes on treaty now would de hote to the Constitution of Canada Ranaita hote di section 35 hani donation chinsi atajo yi hiesi eta di hani he hani goods hani rights ta yi na wo de ga tsi thora hote yi hiesi yi Queensland Treaty holy kota 1900 hani na wo se wo tra ho on le hote ya jo hote ha ni ta do tsa ti ha hote le ya ha ni se ta na di ke zo khona de ha di la khodi le hote yet adi ya ha ni se Indian Act Uga si hani goga holding hote hani ko edani donation link hod di hain le si ha hot ilelani hote eye tali eye si treaty aid hani go ke hod di ha hont le eye he si na dik zo hi na tse dia le hote eye ta ye treaty go he holine tali agent to son lin si ta di te zan ne ke hani go he ho o hote AEC healthcare honey ne donation se gi la tsanda ha hotainle ye minister he the DC United Nation honey na wo gi to de goga a calls to action. See, work at la hoda who did a honey hina wo lile. Mr. Speaker, the a ye had negotiate on say. But then I dig as Zohani now was set out wo nanigid de hote nagin jila ni hote. Ayeda go here go so treaty right get ho ha hote ayeda season neke ho hota gi ke jo hote ti na wo se jo ni chi se what dona here ki the government gi the gi ke la dalle hote don se ta aki on ka on kase ta do in that get the hotel ID ezon to get there Italy adani adine ke gits adi hain lesi hotel lagi de la ni hotel Italy go hin se ta kontahi do go ga se ta do ola ni do go lagi de la in hotel Italy policy he a minister see has your door with he DC that ha honey that ye get a young tea grad di hote has your kota what had said that go he di hote it's on again at a day on the honey ho at la tole me a gave you hote on care a ye said a ye do honey see what he ho on honey ho wote dani the Canadian of Canada Health Act witla dani donuts di honi si said instead that treaty regit hote sen ke hi atso has gedi hote si that Jo Edmonton Calgary aho akho dongo he get de ha win go shile la ni hote ye hane goit in let is that let's le get the zot a ha hunt and a hane goats a digi he only de ye don't so cleans and leans that don't ye leaning the work at say what's on that said then lene at some work at say honte ye honey that don't end that honte and that honey want a honte ye tali di honey Hani said out sits in learning the medical travel set leha honey a yet I did a zanek essay goes so in that the honey will lela ni hote a yummy say treaty it was say a yani gets all right see go she what the honey Alberta border out the lani a yet I did he don't get so right honey go she what I may say connect so god the honey ye monda dona se de sombata inda nadi ke zon saget de ke de hote ye dal go hi jo nadi ke zon go ke di hain le se ha go tele hote hane ko di indi motion si NIHBC de digits hoi lila ni hote hane ko go tsa ho di le la ni hote ayeta tleti ya lisia ta ki ha wana ge I hote on kya se son passe ta gitso e di ha se wuke jole hote ayena wo se kwe ha di hote Tone so li ya gi lisia ta medical travel ta son ba wala se ta treaty 8 and treaty 11 son ba na jana wo ti tro hote ayeta ya ni da gutsa e di hind le hote ayeta di e khot ise ta woke Allah da hawat za hote ayeta Mr. Speaker jo don hagi wo jo di hani na wo se ta gi wo hote atso wo asi hagi le get in fo hote ayeta le kwa ki ga la hot dane de tsi wo hote di government ajo le tsa di ta na wo tsa se ha di le ayeta di motion which is that government yagi linsi di hani na was in the naked so don't get deni de go ke get di ha tsin wo da hani gi won da it's a cat a di hunde a public health care honey goes on treaty rights it's a care hunde ayeta di motion says it's a da di ne he hunde ayeta goit ira hote ye na wugi tone tali e hot hine ze kotago he ho on ha si tsi wo hote ayeta di hani na wugi wo hote ne kota dona dehi ame motion ke go down range lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Masi Mr. Speaker di na watching you can lasi masi medical travel hani ta hani hote the primary care di la ni hote and the medical travel na di ke son da ha si ka ti de go ka ho tha si ke ta da hani na wo hote and the medical travel ha hot in hote and that ta te hani se wa do ni di wo ka ho tha and the don't see on any good day. Motas now ho ya elehunde. And this what I hunted, this what I got a day. And the treaty rights the new the go some go some bonus honey now wo hit hunde. And the treaty this go some bonus some botit home. And a year what I work Allah hoda on the emotion did consi on the quick go again on the Dani Walla said at the medical travel palace policy on the who was Allah hoda and did and the woman that it's a care and the policy only now who only in this in Dani. Don't send last one by what's a idea on the that one motor that date you only get home they nothing gets on the house you get doesn't necessarily turn it home I see that it's a good daddy it's all home a emotional only what I on there take our war go get one is not go get one left on there and I deal with that zone now when it's go get one left there. And I deal with that zone. What the now they go out on the scene is now. What I work on it song that cats has a day. And I deal with that go again. And I deal with that don't deal that they get on now. And I don't give it at home don't have get quick. And I deal with that gets at a deal on it. Gets at a deal, you won't get a quick, you got a doll on it. And the member that deal the treaty right on there. And I did go da go he some bana za ni na wo di da motion wo on se e yi wo ka la ho da wo ke ho on de and the shots on how deal the medical travel to Disney. Now, they get on the house and get the dego, how house and get the da. Or that did and I did what I see the had the day and the level that they keep go. Did he motion that this work a lot da. And I treated people, you get the musty. To the motion. Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The same motions that I did on the phone. And the medical travel. I sets the life support order one more. And that you call not Adi. And that you that you would like home. And that you set on granddaughter. Yes, see, now the whole no go and they have movies and it's already. It's at yes, a sow, honey. Diota in the daughter that said I will. It has sow on what I said I will. And I do what I thought, dear what I some part of what I had deal on the Northwest Territories. Honey, what I had thrown, honey, I think I get there. We didn't let some bossing get in a little, some bossing get sooner. Get in units at home, they get on the ha. Or that get the heart, and get at the dog, get at the town. And that they go to residence and that dear what I wait, dear what I you don't any the other day, they say, what got it that in who was it dog consolinde. And that did. And that you treat the right again, idea on there. And the get out it did the medical travel to Disney. And that did the motion what the idea no home the mercy. You know, what the motions on. Member for the death show.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. And that since the motions what the idea. The members has go in there and the out of the testing that are out of the territories and the go in here will no go ho we learn the same and the extra the there and the the colleagues in high field and the emotions and what are the idea now when it comes what are the idea member for Young Life North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
So I can certainly support this motion.
The motions and what are the idea now what the idea on there.
That is being demanded here
And I did on it get
heard is already
and I did go in this and that would you on there.
So I look forward.
And did
I don't see anything in
and did I see okay the cat and the little honey call.
colleagues around people who were
And did deal that's out of the territory Edmonton to get that dog when the nothing gets on the
now, but
honey call did honey they say honey call.
yet a government response.
I see deck I was I get a go
To note that,
and I did ask go get was on
thank you, Mr.
how come Mr. Speaker. Young Life North motions on Sati on get that so done. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, and I did go out with the motion, what only, what a idea, and I treat against the lake, and I did, do that song, I see, honey, what's that dying, this, and the health care, the deal what the deal there. Member for Saturday motions on.
Member from Fremont.
Member for Fremont. Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
as previously noted, this is something that I know the health department.
The health department honey giga la down the a policy on now on se va get in the and the
Insofar as
and the
I will admit the nuance.
medical travel who got there and the any cash and I see got in the and I did and see the
Insofar as we'll get
and
to this, I'm interested to hear what you
and the Mossy, the now once in a diet, now only cheesing a diet, motion, member for good sleep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mossy, Mr. And the kidney was lad on Hayao Chi Cassie, I see Motas on Hayao Chi. And I did work on the home, so I could how dear there. And the health care, honey, so what
I think the thing that frustrates me most about
and I see the Mr. Speaker medical travel. I think it's not hard to get it done. And I did okay, honey. And I did the home, the Washington has a lesson hard. And I did a year done it was done. This is clean, this is how we okay, the idea, the same honey there. And I did GWT. And I thought,
I don't have a lot more to say about
I see what I on the walk I see. And I did that I see massive. Life Center.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker,
completely different. The government's getting tired of
and I do that motion sickness, the honey on the game song. Do you that on deal the honey at the little town there?
I was first elected
And I did 2003. I see song who got a dead in Leon there.
just can't quite get
And I did
medical travel.
medical travel. Deal that cats won't got a dead, won't got a dead on the medical travel policy. And I did the administrators who was a dinner level there. Did the policy on now who was the deal. And I did what I now done a kill hooking wood like one shot won't go to the 2003. And I did and I did what I see so won't go to the and I did the motion honey and I did that sheet and I did let and I did
Than medical travel.
and I did Mr. Speaker and I did bell the last day. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member for Range Lake. Motions on. Member for Sabacha. Mr. Speaker. And I did and the cabinet, the God, this listen ministry, I can listen, get dinner, what sound. And that's how get the we get that this idea. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And I did what I thought we didn't live there. And I did and I did and I said so okay, don't get question motions again, tagging the mercy. And I did medical travel, na did get some da hasi, get it done, na did get some get it done. Everything go out, they say, honey, they have no cause on. Drazo get out, and go ye get question mercy. I can't quick vote out there, Trinity will there. And I did record, I mean, any more house on the house. Trinity Willade, member for Tłı chȯ, Sa2, Yalna Center, member for Ranger Lake, Inuvik Boot Lake, member for Murphy, member for Frame Lake, Mackenzie Delta, Yellowknife North.
All those opposed, please stand.
Is it in the water?
Those abstaining, please stand.
Abstain, I get anything, I guess, Sabacha, Yellowknife South, Cam Lake, Hay River North, Hay River South, Inuvik Twin Lake, member for Nanakput.
Thank you. Colleagues,
The
recorded vote.
recorded votes, 11 Haggerty, Leggy Le, Santi, get the now, Holio down the Holio, then the water at the who. And I did,
Given to me by the speaker.
and I thought,
Speaker under Rule
and I did 4.24.
authorize the host to
And I did, and I did the water, the ass,
consider the
and I did
motion.
motion,
Member from Mulf.
member for Murphy. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And the transfer of housing NWT. And the housing of the Northwest Territories. And the now market rental unit. And John. And John. And John did what let on the housing building. Who got at the say the Hago Conde saying long term maintenance on cost. Say you know the and I did so and I did and I saw honey did any lot of the did not see promote honey community apartment honey see wash the housing board wash and I did go what I saw the TP fair market the what done a hotel and there's someone I was wishing to dan ni get at idea honey now was hotel and and the now which 76 and that the Mackenzie Delta sick and the legislative assembly see the honey the see the what done a hotel market rental unit honey the and they are some contract around this what they did and did long-term housing start deal there and the government of the North get the awards and the award and did now get for the program and did rent a ton de gate the what that's on what and did and I did not get done in a gate the Saturday what I would deal with it 100 high water and I did the government of the Northwest Territories and so you could at the and so you know and the what done a hotel policy what was in our was work a hotel the Saturday that Sunday get the same get there and the government of Northwest Territories in now won't it was in now what talking down now no sense going get there.
Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Mackenzie Delta, Gazangatet Sodon, Masi, Mr. Speaker, Ayi motions a 90 cent, Diramasi, where one, di what hunt di contra asi monda gits on anats a lara what hunt a local government hani si monta la hani si git la ho on ha get kwaja hunt a yet a di hani lahi a government se da hani ajohunte contra gika tani de nezia hunte a ya nisi kohani a ye monta done gitla well on johnny that's in wohunte a ye he see a government Northwest Territory season and don't something government gain Lindsay the din what show a seats on I get there ha who won't they did the contacts I get dear I yet a honey now would I see a let's a dear ha de lehunte I drunk Canada honey cookie ho on day I yet a drunk contrase da asigitso anats a leha at it yat at ihmate go he what show a dick it's a d in le what in nehwa a yedad a hanina was a contragits on gitla ho at leha it's in wohde a yehanise da work at a tats in wohde a yedad motions a die dihode. Mackenzie Del Tagos I get this sodom, Mofigos I get this sodom, Massy Mr. Speaker, John Assembly, see at a decades a D now what's on honey won't go a day. A ya nick he a ya John neck a here that honey a year now was said a year honey said that's on honey go here on day. Had a John at that neck a he a year honey he. Ajon hunte kwa guyi na get de hunte e yajon hunte don si kwa hani e dek e get di ra hani ge he ho on hunte te di hani hi akun guyi na get de e da di manda don se ta kon guyi na get de hi kon git la ho on adle ha e get sa hunte he home ownership said dini de what I con what show gets on in the goods on said don't the cognizing a get the at in what it a Mr. Speaker the government he a years a sick I tides in want I would do what a yet I did him I can't. I say that one dog don't get con gets at the how hot ha di hunte a ye see a year new program see what a year one dog con hania Jean hunte get don't get another learning day I can conguin I get this and like gets on Elia the hearts in want a lay yan in our walk a hoot hat a di hunte. I may say honey won't a hard delay honey as you went to what a that's a want a yet a ye as you went a dani honey he gets a ho on a journey day at a want a honey work a la hot down Mr. Speaker a yannick don't get a ho on at any day. What I hear so I see how's the NWT consegui when le at that day a yet I don't want that say that what shogi con a gets a whale at that day a ye see ye kon hia mi kon gi na de se ta de ding gi tso hui li he kon se gi ho ha gi tso hui li a da ho ta de di so we ti a jon don di motion tsa gi di ge se ana ho ta ma se motion ke go da tuna de willy de go za ke ta so do ma se Mr. Speaker the motion tsa dai dia ho te what a high scene le ho te Housing NWT CMAC 2028 na wo la huia hunt enet ali adani asia zongi tso ta adani adagela honi wo na ni tsite ha hunte eta tiane khondon tlage ani de ha le I don khongi na ge di ha de zo khondai ti ha tla eli ha ade ha honi hane kone zihuti gika ta zut a ha hota emotions a dai dit I see hota masi. Ami motion ke go down. Motion ke go down. Humba cha goes on get sodo. Mr. Speaker, the motion he good motion hwetle a ho dinet ali woke motion tsatsale range leg must see Mr. Speaker dia ne motion see what a hunte eta hata Auditor General he need yet see ho a ne home ownership program hani see ke he ti hunte Duane gitla ho on Johnny de kon gitla on Johnny de nezia di da hani se nitle yetsi ho de era ota hani se hani ko di ota si motion se ye hani he transfer on good de ho de eye da ni setlera si mota satante konage diguyi nage de ho de Ayesha dagela hone hota daiti lesi ta wal lohna ho wulani hote da don't he what show he the what show the get sing hasigi want da you what somebody see the get sing had dile hote Ayaki Konguyizon that's a dera a hut in a letter monta unca a yajahuti somebody gets seen had con give what a honey Konguyi hin a get there hotel. Ayada di Toronto honey hodona de ishi hagin womanine Mr. Speaker and the motion se one goods a there. I don't motion the trunk going goods in there what I did think it he motion song la near aja what I did think it yes it don't have like again one la near what the government see it a di in here he ha gone tell it what with a John motion in the motion to Sina was Ladia Jahote John Hajo that's a dila negots a de contana chalata dila dida lima sihine hits in home. I mean motion ke go there. Sati ke goes on. Mr. Speaker, the motions a idea hote a singing John hota na kela ne saga eketetso holinda the department see a don't so a ya ni what's a would digi what I gonna target de hote Asia zone city tia da de hote Asia zo de ti don't see a light delay ya jo huit ya se de it's a one de honey go here on at hote honey ko yi se dira se go heda got he go heda ni ho on galani e de he so go tselezon ha hote di hani se a jo hunti le he na tse jane de di hani na wo se hutine ze wo gala ho da ha de le hote e Canada Homes Program sita donagi tsa dia de ha de le hone e ta le what's a good le motions a dai di mami motion ke ko da Y'all Life Center e motions a dai dia honte e se asia zona e di disi e sini le haneko Mr. e monta se e si que check clits e han what's on monta ko asi monta donc gi won le monta na ke ti gi won hote e ha jo wete atlani de nezia hote e si hatsi woni de se ko tla ho on de ha honine han ne khodi motion si e ko si what's ka de at in de e range lake hadi hi ekwadi e do monda he e de ko hi what show se ye la hadi le hote e se da jo e asi hunt isi hane ko yi ko ga tla ho oni de se la hadi le hote e da ya ti konte McPherson a hona tsedeni de ko hi sladia tsala tsin woni de ha tsala ha di le hote e da le e hi e da ha ni da ko he ho on tsi on ai sin hote na da le the housing minister se asia zon ko you got an idea what's a la ha tsin wo hote ha ta ha tsala ha ni de ha tsala tin e da gira se go tselezo ta ha hote ko he de thini de e hani da jo range lake go tso hadi so back go tso Toronto sia ho e hani bank na tsede da hani mortgage na ho hadi hote e si windy le hote e da ne kona tse ti ha hone Eho, Mr. Speaker, motion sa daidi e adani motion holi e shi what's on daidi hote.
Thank you, member from Yonley Center. To the motion.
To the motion, member for Decho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, the motion what's a daidi the member was a good day, then I wouldn't check what's a good day in Leode. You done need the heart at a hago conde. At the end, what a good news you go kill what I say got in war. And I did honey hode. And I did the hago co. And I did go concert or hitting one the same. Senago say, yeah, they say, honey. Hago con go in, go to family, go to. And the Hago concert this house and le. That did guess it. And I did mark the rental unit and I get there. And I did her name of that Hagiko. And I did. Not did it you and I did now what's the motion what's the idea on it member for Decho to the motion to that how get that is idea member for asking the motion what can we actually my husband get out the massy gisi and I did the honey hote and the public housing unit going the same Housing NWT Hanit Dina no ho that the walk home and the Diani said any level there Hanit haunted Morphine unit and the public housing lani and sits on the region and you can get the family and you get her take a walk home and you get do get her walk home going to get there and the Konage did the unit the macro unit the address has on left there and the motasin la ho on a get in the center on no lame so gets back again there and the 1,950 the 23,000 there in the hood had to get here and the certain region the unit now no ho going again there and the killer on no lame so back again for there Honey unit as in kids on that as on the flat again share as on the other communities in Honey is on Congo Zox in going to get there and did on the codec a walk besoko and I did a trailer going and I said let me down sin like on the the trailer going to get the housing with little what's out there and I did one said that let me doesn't like on the sage and I did and the Minister of Housing NWT next year right there and the policy and I did the public housing unit must see. Member that talking that it's it get that so it found it has and up in the member for Murphy Frame Lake Great Slave Mackenzie Delta Yellowknife North Trinity Willade Decho Satu Yellowknife Center Range Lake and Nuvik Put Lake I mean, then I want house. I'm getting a water gas in the house. Member for the Bacha. Young Life South, Camp Lake, Haver North, Haver South, and Nivik Twin member for the Nakput.
Thank you, colleagues. The
recorded votes 11 Haggerty and the Honda hand quadrant now motion. Return to all question acknowledgement. All questions. Member for Yellowknife Senator Mussey, Mr. Speaker, member statement did no false insurance. Honey, the minister did and did honey see high sin upon the and the Minister of Finance won the way chasing on the member for Young Minister of Finance must see the minister and did what doesn't and did and don't must see the member for Young Life Center and I did and I don't you like that did and I don't must see Young Life Center Minister of Finance Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And the idea that last war right and the and the honey descent and the what the news had a high and final supplemental deadline in center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Minister did and the other phone forms I with decent geek as you need decent or the mercy. Young Minister of Finance. Mercy the and did go who ya this or that when you didn't there you work as so. And I did what done a hot home British Columbia who that down there. And I did and do mata higher premier the senior on you there. And did and they had the contribution on the most minister or coach member for Range Lake, Mr. And I did the and I did IU Haye cheesing the francophone the Northwest Territories the education needs ya good day and the molasson can teaching zone for own the multi-billions of dollars in the what there's in the French and the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment the way since ministers asking core funding asking somebody somebody what last on you home the and I did without training and I did what I was in last on here what I did the day I see on the education, culture and employment and I did mercy the and I did post education who got that there that did this and I did and the post-secondary education to check it out that this and don't go years that won't go in there won't hire in the what budgets and what only they so hot on say and I didn't care on no let me some bar it's in line the core funding and I did and the line item on there and I did the federal government saying right there and the institution right the same there must be education, cultural, employment, range lake, and the drawing what I take the deal there, and what I don't say what something shall let some boss and whole line the same does what there were policy. It's a molasson here tea. A ministers I see, don't shall let and the department what had and the French language training, and you got the what the I see the Mossy education, culture, and employment. Mossy, Mr. Speaker, and the member the ayo that in Chinese that everyone is what the point is and the French language service. That's you want to share this on the session. Education, range legs and clarify here. And I deal with that had a deal did and government supports and that's it as the member for education, culture and employment. And the Mr. Speaker must say and the deal you have shares in sin now the Tana kesin now that no kasi hotline this. And the French language secretary was it was the new one this honey. And the doesn't exact honey wo listen she with doesn't suddenly. And the attack I she with doesn't suddenly the mollasson clear to in the education called find a supplementary no deal on it. And the anta di hota zon na kile mi zon son ba fe de ka wo de na son ba honde anta di the official language in honde anta the minister di asi ai yeson ba son yut hot as on the more training a hotnya anta di molason khiyati wot hot a ne ko han ni ho ai molason khiyati hotline disen education, culture, and employment must see, Mr. Speaker. And I did what I want $200,000 with a core funding. Won't have 18 level. What there's in the budget, decent bubble, also, okay, IT. And the September, that is like the 3-year agreement, federal government, a year 2.9 million. Aye, honey, won't take a hotting on it like a gooziness in la in Leonde. And the Massy education, culture, or question. Sati, no, get that so the
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. What I indeed have seen there, what I need like concert, I call co-leg, I call it like on it on the either minister, a department, a need like con it on it, a ye good there had delay, honey. Merci, Mr. Speaker. A question, the need lesson on a cover lake, a January, the hook, it's on infrastructure, it's on premier cover lake nets in the a work at the hota a cover lake, nit like conija hote a da con than settlers at a department of infrastructure that you can in a year later, August 2026, settlers in Niger, who do what a like in Niger, this is a year ni a coney daisy had la settler, Tlahoni de Nitla con like a daisy that get la or there what a Satike goes like a test so done. I must see, Mr. Speaker, you minister said that must see where for the ye won't have going to he. It's on in the a cast the minister say the con go see see congot on honey that any the congot on honey go in jaha honey. Must see, Mr. Speaker, ye see. The leak here con Niger has a 2026, 2027, it's like on what your whole week, I con said la hat in one day. A year had dig a hamas see where one a year dig almost don't go on set that don't okay, sits on go get there with a guinea down on honey, sits on it like in what I say, minister. A year that any day you need like what the height here, honey. Must see, Mr. Speaker. A easy contrast that the commode don't say. Kini tle kwa kuni tunse ta masiki wo honi ya kon gitsa tlaha de honde. Aye dali aye 2026 2027 itle kon wo he ho wi kwe akon asiazo ni je ha honde dihi nitle kon wo go se ta cover lake se de din se akon wo ka tse tlaha ka de giligi he se tsa di honde aye da cover lake work plan hani wo ga la tse daga konets in daily honde dali aye la hi la work plan wo ke la tse da de honde masi nitle kon ka wo de da ge ke de chogo za ke te so don masi Mr. Speaker, Health and Social Service, that way can't the home. DC at a John Dyson, Lacy, you will go that a cat the home. A year minister say, I see NWT alcohol strategy at that get last, it will go say a good do I delay. It's on. A year 2023, a year need le what a year woman that got Health and Social Service, a year hit Mr. Speaker, a year he done a lot he department said that John don't want that said that give honey got don't know what he live with there. Aye that the department say la get da koi government he assistant agent lehe wala hote aye da aye strategy with he aye shared health priority aye federal government so lehe like at a one now will see lehe wala hote aye ni di te zane ke don continue na get hanishi lehe wala hote aye da di addiction hani ke hani desi aye hani se da jo inclusion NWT hani aye hani si hani da ajo wo ke laginda hote sane kwa zake de chogo zake te sodo he masi aye dunsi aye wo he ho wo good se da asi do he aye da hani asi department si konti hani si wada asi go ho aga night ha honi Health and Social Service rak awode he masi Mr. Speaker aye hani wo ka ho tha honte aye da di raseta jogo ni da yatsi li hani na wo tsong ke he wo ka ge tha honte aye kebedi si di sake seta giga tha ha honte aye se gira wata ahi aye hani na wo sia jo hunti giga da da honte aye da ni lega di ga according de zon wo ke jo da de chogo zon ke te so don de zon da inka masi Mr. Speaker di hota March 31st 2028 will na ke ho go shi hote aye da di hani se la da so wo na hunt ha di le hone aye he si aye da so konti hani da da ni don ki tsa ha dira wa gat I hone Health and Social Service like I would masi Mr. Speaker what aye interdepartmental committee si hajon department se le he la ho da we tsa hote aye da aye hani he ajo hunt I de he so go ke I hote the 2028 we quickly sets a lot in one the health and social service hot class like it the education that get department honey we got the hadi what done contiguous ID honey siage what we got the hadi what the committee see agent a lucky de what they continue work lucky dead don't get lazy health and social service frame Lagos like that so don't must see Mr. Speaker yes that will go to Haiti ko high scene le what the premier see gets a way live what they I say premier said that I said that it contract don't get here Saturday agojane the onesiat leha adane kihe ho ohone Masi Mr. Speaker now was said that the Department of Justice said that gets a way live with the honey ko asi montahi Minister of Justice he week esholani honey ko adane department la delegate akini tlezo se ini le nitle honey now was wo la so policy did a new honey atle who did actually neatly had the work at that one day. Yet, the honey said, oh, he I say, honey, la work a lot done in the department. So, this that gets a keda. I call you now, what's a way leads on he will a cotsagi that gets a keta honey the agent, who actually work a lot at in one day. That the honey now was studying longer, see what they that the honey a sergeant going cabinets in Lindsay honey lots at the sergeant honey now will say what who's it different a frame Lagos like that so don't must see Mr. Speaker honey good day must see where put di here ta honey government near lagi desi ki he so good let's in what I wanna that's a different yet I did DC yani MLA's honey siats and wanna that's a different Premier I must say Mr. Speaker ye honey on kya win dealer lani hote molaya hilani ye don't I did do honey ho a nin policy we can lots at dani de win dealer hote did the edzan neck essay that go ya tilsanta honey lots it the netali a ye honey ajon now was it as quit molaya hit a honey see we can lots at that hote a win delay hote a ne contract services sigi hialatz da a do a con landa san lewits a diha win delay a kid dani lapo o here koti say ye laha onile a yet a leya ni lahia da on gaitla what's on work a lot da hote a ye he see a Department of Justice sigi hialatz da hote the cabinets in Lise Hani Lasiats Ajohiti Wohuti Dinile a ye ministers in Liko a ye honey Amina Nitla yet let's see at Wohuti Dilela Nihode a yeta Dihanisi Akonda good easy work edge lehode a ye assembly honey goods at Diani one day G honey tsetlega wala tsada ha goods a good dia ki woni the goods a good dia de lehote no that's not that in care frame leg must see Mr. Speaker a ye hata wogun goods a degalani sets a la ha what's a zahonte hata dan nego he ho on seki ein hinet at least sladia sena point I see the government see adani I hwa se wika lats da Eye diga se ta na wo ne tlo kyani do ga ne zile khote. Eye ke the so don tsin lin sa la tlo ta won go tse de wo ta e tse ke khote. Eye ta li ya ni na wo se hla di atla chakha gi ga na da tse de ha ni na wo se a jo wo go tse de khote. Eye ha ni se wo go ai se khote Mr. Premier. Masi Mr. Speaker, ayahania jo hunti wugudi de ke la hule hote hane kodi do son atla son le mi se do di hane wole gidi da hane na wo ne ke a honine Hotel Johanni se ta do sane committees hoto ani ni hani hi na wo ne ke le hote eta a cabinet hani da a lagi de hote programs and policy ke lagi de se Yell Knife Center goes on get so don MSC Mr. Speaker the September goes on 2024 goes on see health benefits program sa di ai line le hote ayat adi na di ga di concert ai a coin sagi hene se ho on le hote ayat adi din si monta de ga hini na di de ga ga di le hote ayat adi minister health the way care de ho ayegi uyika tha ha hadile ayita iga tahahone masi
Mr. Health and Social Services.
Minister of Health and Social Services, Mr. Speaker, at the member, you hold the Asia DC, the Ogas Lanyako, I done not at home in Lissy, and the member. Ide ai hadnia line leno hoisione. Minister of Health Resources and I did reviewed and I did 1 year September get at zaga line leonde a year review again lot in lesson and I did a traisa okay la hoda the review at lesson how okay how the traisa okay la hoda Member Young Life Center Masi Mr. Speaker did Anta di da ni hoke traisa ta hoke la hoda eki review on the eki data on the Anta di 2025 Anta di ke traisa in wound the member for Range Lake Minister of Health and Social Services Masi Mr. Speaker Asi the health Minister of Health Benefits could see on there and I didn't know what how low the extended health benefits do what's at down there. And I did a lot of briefing on the Minister of Health Fund supplementary member for your life center. The mandate that and I did pharmacies yet clearly asimut doesn't the right clearly. And I did I see something down there in the center. And the review process you work on that and the new destination of the Young Life Center. Minister of Health and Social Services, Mr. Speaker. And the sustainable program, the Northwest Territories. And that's in la Northwest Territories and the mota and the asirani has la and the non-insured goshen the honey goshen the same and the program so the assist so what had honey the
we're analyzing that
the what done a hot town there. As you walk go honey ya go see what that go to the same honey hode. And I did and I did call a you don't connote there was that down there. Minister or question. Yellow Knife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. A few days ago, they got no hood day, update work plan, update line there. And the financial statement and the and the
With regard to progress made on deficits,
the deficit need that go you want a week minister asking how good yes on the health authority is spending more thousand bucket the deal and the more $8 million I need that go you gain there 2025 26 26 27 and must be Mr. Speaker. Young Minister of Health and Social Service. Must be Mr. Speaker. 25, 26, 26, 27.
voluntary holding
And
reductions in non-clinical
and the medical traveler in this medical training.
non-essential overtime,
And the overtime he get in this standby get
unused funding,
and the what this seat no some get free and the 25 26 in this and the Daniela get the Department of Health and Social Service one time funding on there and the
costs related to
the laboratory it's medical travel honey what dancing COVID-19 hona did on some bathroom sink in wound and the financial statement medical travel and the must be Mr. Speaker Minister of Health and Social Young North
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
must be Mr. Speaker
There's also a statement made
and
that
the minister ase hago disnasale health authority I some back again for a
where were the savings found?
and the idea some bucket the gaddi mother $34 million a year 24 25 and the some bossing in one minister and health and social must be Mr. Speaker 24 25 and the was in the
Additional federal funding
and the federal funding scene
year special allotment ever in the Northwest Territories for the medical travel.
and the medical travel na dik as un da khasin ka gide e sun bas ga tron utun ke wo de and the and the and the mercy Mr. Speaker Minister of Health and Social Final Supplement Yellowknife North
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
mercy Mr. Speaker
Finally, can the minister
a minister saying that's how good yes on le
actions
the acid action honey the
in charge of
and
further
the
savings
and the saving deficit out of this one but using this and I done some what I done some bucket this idea Mr. Speaker Mussy
So the continuation
and
of
the
I think the piece with the PA
and the asimota sinshela that the
organizationally
organization asi mota da khe go tsadu mota ai the staff hani mota ge he so ba ge ge staff mota ge he la da and don't da dia si mota sadnya tadlen de se hani hode what de se the department hani sin ge he la da deputy minister what da sin he la da digo sin da and the department hola and the overlaps in honey hode and the the ADM the assistant deputy minister sin here the policy honey wala na hola that da mota wak dogi ka hotha do ani singi here da in this honey the minister of health social services Yatıì Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. February 12th, the Minister Honey Dental Review will that weekend in there. And that's in a care that you can hold it. And the dental review officer and the minister asking so go use us how go the asali and the tada in the minister of health and social service. Mr. Speaker, and the information member what's outside the law it is neat as a goal what's outside the law Minister Yatıì Center. And the public go get was in there and the contract and the dentist the way case the member Minister of Health and Social Services Mercy Mr. Speaker. And the dentist na di ke go halet go hani right there. Final supplementary member Yatıì Center Mercy. And the army to Northwest army so back and the hani the Mercy. Yatıì Center Minister of Health and Social Services Mercy Mr. Speaker. And the Department of Health and Social Services and the legislation behind this and the investigation I said what done a whole time and si mota hani the complaint the hani go sin la in the hani ko the and the cat is in the interest of all the all question member from Range Lake Mercy Mr. Speaker and the school review on the I see on the policy did that as a member this out of the house in education culture and employment. Mercy Mr. Speaker and the asiuke on the April game this Mercy education culture and employment member for Range Lake Mercy Mr. Speaker and the closing remark and the $30 million and the regular MLA and Mercy Mr. Speaker Member for Intimacy, Education, Culture, Play, Mercy, Mr. Speaker, Mercy. The negotiations, Finance Minister, Wishes, so good say, there's some boss and Gishes, so good say, there. And I did, why you got this in how Mercy. Education, culture, employment, Mercy. And I did they are not yet you hardy. And I did Mr. Speaker, a year department in planning again $30 million under the education review. And I did member education, cultural employment. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And the budget that didn't work since and the finance minister in this and the finance management board ya going to nicht laten liggen zond avond and the proposal niet in the and the regular business plans are there on the business plan de ook en wat go at in dat de so go say see de and the asiani wat sin dollar figure in this de and the organization lot the hani no wo de and the no Dennis won't go to the hard as on the level. Mercy.
Oral questions. Member from Yonley Center.
Yatıì Center. The minister said that a Google say in doing said that a Zaneke contract it to a sits on a good deal on February 12th on weekend Health and Social Services. Must see Mr. Speaker. A department said that contract a lot done de a year see could do that not honey said that I work actually honey called John said that a year don't say that John I see Gigona need de when they I miss I miss that John dental review officer need a yika trahone a dega don't dira me you hoiti Health and Social Services must see Mr. Speaker what I see a year will good deal will go on la honey that you will not then the what's not good that's on a no that's not that in care Yatıì Center. Mr. Speaker, di gasi Google kata dunsi admit 10 a dental association so go get the lemon a see Mr. Speaker you doing what's on contracts here that did a zanek go contract as Johanni doing say gonna get any denizia what a donna did a zanek a donna cook as Johanni ad in a denizia what a Johanni don't like any get any denizia what a Health and Social Services, Mr. Speaker, a yeasy John Dorsey, a yamise dentes, Nizia Lada, Hadita, wicked Jolehonte, Honeyco, a zanek, a yeasy, a zanek, a see, Dorsey, that don't longer she left with a Google, say, Indo, Ada, don't honey. Yes, a conflict of interest. Wahuki did I like it there one day. Range Legos I get so do. Must see Mr. Speaker, the nitle honey. Ajon somba that hongi wahoni inclusive schooling. I get any day. Ayada. Di what I won't go to day at that dead. See all. Neat like walk I would there. Must see Mr. Speaker. You will good this at that Jones Saga well la lehote. Ayada John neat like horsing like good sagi lani le. A committee accountability neat like it's what lahote not any day. Range Legos I get so don't must see Mr. Speaker. I see a year Jordan's principle, honey some bar wallahi. I see the 30 million well la adlasi a year Jordan's principle goods I get dila jata yira some bar wallahone. Mr. Speaker, a year inclusive school in it yeah, Nisi Montadani, Jordan's principal. I use goods I get deal. Let's say you guys see some back concerts in La Honte. Yeah, Nisi. Yeah, Nisi Dani. Shaka that song. I that song. Give once in that song. Go Honte. See Jordan's principle. See, got some bad. See, one day, running lessons. I want a federal government seats on it. I want how they could go here. See that goods or who lean the letter. How they could DRC more die here. The policy, honey. Montahi Shakanis Shagijera Gira Samba Walla at line le hote Yahani woods on Samba Tihote. No deaths on the Inca range Legazon. Must see Mr. Speaker. The program see Ladila Nihote Asi a ye little Kohade. Yeah, the policy seat inclusive school in honey hit a honey Allah a year hote. A year honey some bahi Jordan's principle that I get dean lacy a year some bad I get in had the lehone. A that the Jordan's principle a year honey ye minister said I had the hote. Ya juhut isets Allah hawats zanizi Chicago I get to hase wo hui dia hadi hote. Range Lake Massey Ntlekwak awode Massey Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker ye somebody in Lassie inclusive school rasamba hote JK to 12 rahote ami say ye honey that what's a hood dear han a year rasamba hote a ye hata that son some back a who we are here Jean hote what's that there hote a honey kohani diti high sin hadi hote kawode dageke Yellow Knife Center goes on get so don't must Mr. Speaker. The asi will go eating le when they it John don't that song he go see will go the care the one the going to that day. A year and in I think a zoho don't like a quehania jo itra hunte. It a preview that we care. A year Edani don't Edzaneke don't song go a light there are Danigi here so good a leha de lehone premier. Edani, Donson Gon Adleha, Mr. Speaker, di Donson Edzanek Naged de Hagi Wonte Atzomota Don Asimota Hagi ini de Gira Nezia honey. Yalla knife, who is it? Eta Honey, ko asison gonada wala hote de hits in wote eta a year hanisi that ha di hote ECC the day you like a honey that you get la da ha ho hote the national defense I want to see the DC connect lagi de at the ha di honey hani lahi gwishin da da de he somebody hani ichira ni he gwishin da hote da in da contain lazy go he la dia go de ha honey hani ko de hani sergeant don gira de gwishin in the nezia hote Mr. Premier Yalnaive Center goes on get so do Mr. Speaker, I don't know it's ne. Hane ko so somebody kesi o nati hadi hote. That Mr. Speaker, D and D hani I want to say that good neke light that the I in di honi adani wagat ita adi honi you go ya tia dile Yatıì Center goes on get so don Premier. Mr. Speaker, di go don gik honi national defense. I want to say that John business $10 billion. John edzan neke hat songo neke asi khwelle ha honi khodi ngode. A department. I want to get on department si ki khalatsa da honi masi. No, that's a Yatıì Center, Mr. Speaker. DIK ahodi hote hane kohot ahod ha hudi le lanya ki giun good daddy hote ayeda asi dite etzanek ehi ayi minister se dane de din de la ne yin lahi asi ayi hani I he good de go he asi azon de tile at the ha hone Masi Mr. Premier Masi Mr. Speaker at the new di hata asiun go tsade hote haneko hata jontongi ke zunha hote Yatıì Center da what's da in Canada one les ya da sadze wote ho wo range lego to get so don Masi Mr. Speaker easy haneko jo easy jo somebody don hata don somebody here guncha at le hals in wo hote a city of Yatıì don de he sits ile de ho ngots a de hote adani a hani adani I hwa wo galat in dani de nezia honi range lagos agat so do environment climate change rak awode Mr. Speaker di asin lehi MOU tsunke hani de city a Yatıì gihe guts a duzun ta hahote ayeda di city he de din se ai se hotlani won se ya jo won guts a de hote ayeda hani se lahi somebody what's a hodini de honey land transfer ha good de ha hote ayeta in hwan gon se ta don ai ge kesi wo ke la da ha what's a za hote range lego so get so do Masi edat eninde inkwa akhoda hadi don son gon like any ja hotedi ayeta hota goga ho onle adade hote ayeta asia jaron dosi good so tied there like it did a honey won't go get de hote ayeta one de adia di honey lit like kwa Asicha ondonga kawode masi Mr. Speaker di ayi edats in lasi John ayi si eta John goheda gontehi hata 560 hatla ya John nekehi eta don hatla dege khehote ayeta di hanihi ya John hoti setleha wetsa a done hida egets a kehate a 15% la tlohi hajo huiti gohi hani ho on a da honte sits in la tlahoni de range legos like a tesodo a asi wogon let tladingo at that dile no honte a yeta jo a yeta wat o waka la hoda at the hahoni. Junto se hane asiholla dihi rich lake was like a test sodo. Masi Mr. Speaker di hanihi dihi hata asaguti hota di agunto hanihi de DC sobak ehi hata hadin le hote Eda jo city si gihe da a city si ayitsi wonsi hagedi it's a gohi si hatsadi ayihe ayida tlo gohi asi hwela honi ayi se hatsale hane ayi sombada tlone tsaleta weta la tsada da honi indi adla watso hani da wuke la tsada honde
Question. Young Life Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, did asi the subject is the one I here on the Young Life Center, and don't the Tony Woodford building. You might see the minister, and did that Tony Woodford building, and the minister of housing. What the way I see the. Minister of Housing NWT, Mr. Speaker. Housing NWT, and the applications you got the ones you can it advisor committees are there on them. That once you got through these loud, there must be Mr. Speaker. A year that as a and I Tony Woodford building 54 and the Northwest Territories what to do this in Tony Woodford building yet the high years on new housing NWT. Mr. Speaker and the committee committee the need is asking you down the downtown Yellowknife and the advisory committee, the decent gets away, there must be Mr. Speaker. Final supplementary member here, Center, Mr. And you don't know, Tony Woodford building. You need and was you go Tony Woodford building, Mr. Speaker. And the deadlines and the applications you got thrown is out there must be Mr. Speaker. Housing NWT, all questions? And the written questions are there. Return to written questions.
Replies to Commissioner's address, replies to
Reply to Commissioner's address, petition,
reports on committee on the review of bills, reports of committee on the review of bills, reports on standing and special committees, reports on standing and special committee, tabling of documents.
table of document, Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, that the Kenya plain language bill 45 and the what dancing statement of constituency bill 45 and the trespass legislation what we heard report.
Tabling of documents.
Table of document,
Minister of
Education, Culture, and Employment. Mr. And the annual report for education, Board of Northwest Territory 2024-2025. Mussie, Mr. Speaker.
Table and document.
Table of Minister of Finance. Mr. And the document enter $250,000 1st of April for 2025. Mussie. Table of document. Member for Range Lake. Mussie, Mr. Speaker, the CBC article March 5th, Yale medical travel policy. Mussie, Mr. Speaker. Mussie.
Art.
First reading of bills. Just take a 5-minute break.
5 minute break at the day.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present Bill 46.
Bill 46.
That have for expression of matters of public interest act to be read.
Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Mackenzie Delta. Masi. 8.2 brackets 3 waga. Bill 46. A question. Wikayan Tile Nakets and Wikayatia Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, D. Bill 47. 2026-2027, a question Wikayatia Wichiaja. Mr. Finance. D 8.2 bracket 3 Bill 47. Hada question Wikayanti na kids Wikayatia Wichiaja. Na kids or na winnie Wikayati. Minister Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Hay River North Kutsak Tetso don't sit a ID Bill 40 GNWT da good insiata now was GNWT Monta don't see that I see honey with honey home wohunte ayita di honey do I see jig I like it denny de ayita ayisi now was that John ayisi that John neat ayisi that John I see monta gigo ichini de ayisi gasi somba with a hood had the lehunde Moshe Wechi, I mean, I will get it down. I would a die. I would a die delay. I would sale. Motion, her limb, Bill 45, but I not cancel week ANT standing committed. So, which at la won't go get the ha. Not cancel now we need like ANT. Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, a year Nuvik Twin Lake Bill 47, a year 2026-2027. What I like it does some baga na cancel a year here with a year that D 2026-2027. A year that D some basia that commissioner some bag wuguni jehani now was a go in high twaja with a Ali AEC must say Mr. Speaker Ihania Lahada de Moshe Wichi I mean I will get good there. We'll get a so which say I mean I would a die I mean I would a die delay. I mean I will yet sale. Now we'll Huli Bill 47 not kids a week ANTs. Not cancel ANT. Not cancel now we need like ANT. Committee of the whole sets in, yeah. That show good on get that so Chairman Ilya.
I now call the
the committee Inuvik Budliga Datilia, Masi Madam Chair, under Bill 34-21, under the Property Acts 37 bracket 1, standing committee on Bill 34, Trespass Property Act. The committee is nasty, you take it, you know, and the Masi committee.
Okay, committee will now call the meeting back to order. Committee, we
And the Bill 34 Property Act, and the Minister, the Masi, Madam Chair, and the Executive Bill 34 Property Act won't go there, and the legislative framework, the trespass property, little honey, a good on this public land, honey, Lisa, who he told the legislation now would ask it, and the go out, that's it, and the provision, honey, wallet, while honey, and the zone property, honey, and the bill for also that safeguard indigenous rights on there, and the indigenous and treaty rights on there, and the treaty rights, and the conflict of the act on the the is a good there on the now was the public safety concern with us who does dio da dona hui la la da te ani asi te konza hui la la zi da asi sin zi fizan. Nenta di legislation what's te enta di standing committee on social development masi gesnya di da ni lagin da iwaisi honde. Enta di go asin na da it air honde enta di go hoda member da ge chagin one gesin Bill 34 da ge chas and le honde. And don't I think the as a committee don't
Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today with me I have on my left Megan Birch, Director Policy and Planning Division, Department of Justice, and on my right Clayton Lowther, Legislative Counsel, Legislative Division, Department of Justice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now turn to the chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill for any opening comments on Bill 34.
I said that.
Madam Chair, and the Bill 34, and the legislative, and the October 31st, 2025, and the Standing Committee Social Development, work outline the January 2026 public hearing. I got in when they built somebody, I got so how this at the Hay River Health Committee what this for submit need to gain against you. I would like to say all the stakeholders must see members of the public on Tazandron. I'm a good that they will go got in Hanisi Bill 34. It on the February 25, 2026 committee the clause by clause review I get on the 9 and amendments on the 34 minister and the committee did go out with the mercy. And individuals, I mean, don't all see any Todagi Kegin wine, the Hayageti, Highland Dagi, Kisnas of the Mossy Mrs. Share. And I did, what I did, Hayat member for Ranch Lake, Mossy Madam Chair, Committee Chair, Ayamigada, I think the and I did, and I thought I did that man again, ain't on that increase and I did the regulations that they had new who doesn't go in there. And I did a year, see, had the and I did minister that we cared no one there. And I did a year, had the last a year, and I did. And I did Hotada Honin, DC, and I did almost that there Mossy. Minister of Justice, Mossy Madam Chair, and I did review of the committee there, and I did territory get and the zone nation will got here on the and zone that a lot of doesn't have right there on the and zone Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, member for Ranch Lake, Mercy, Madam, you minister, you are what I must see on there. You look at the zone, don't I care what I are on there. And did, and the what dancing, and honey called so dear goes I did say the city of Yom like that Tassiki Quellan Yode. The written correspondence again, Lonnie, doesn't negate, she need Guinea, doesn't negate she on the and did that as the walk was on the regulation that he had let the walk was on the Mercy. Minister of Justice. Mercy, Madam Chair. And the directors on Sagoda. Mercy, Madam Chair. And the bylaw officer, honey, the bylaw, honey, the municipal Otaka did the and the she got something doesn't go there. And I did like what you had now once okay allow her die in the same her there on there. Then what he did the decent don't I get decent on there. Member for Ranch Lake. And I did they need done draft again la, done again la, like what you the don't get decent on there. And did and don't let and don't honey wash la da hot doesn't right there on there. And did and done is got in there. And don't like what she ho. And the result and the business and you hold on is in Gida who gives you around it. And did and do the RCP the DG go asking around the DIU and the A kid I see the anta zon de han listen de what it da hunde anta zon the minister the department han listen you what da hunde anta the work on si rente la masi anta the minister of justice masi madam chair anta the zon ke très saki work on Tacos when they do address us a little eat la honzun that it did la hondesi masi madam chair masi member for Range Lake and that they ye di cat 80 ye di ni ha kun le de and that they ni contract de la hani the power get you there and that the 46 months ki ye de and I did clarify the rest of the mercy of the Minister of Justice Hayachi Nawuni, Mercy Madam Chair, and the member Hayachi Hotasi Rahote, and the Young Life North, Mercy Madam Chair. And the minister the wiki hayati na hunde the wiki snake hayati na hunde and the certain college hayanti di holadon hayanti the ane adasi motahani sadi dadle in this and the asi power honey enforce the wiki the hodis the wiki la hoda the wiki ho and the and that's not at the hot did and the and that's not and that's not private security to garden and that's not the new regulation that in our only tone they say okay la hot down there. And the had anything what done it's there and then when it's a dear water and the and the and the and the and the and the private security guard who they get a lot in the scene honey and the act and the that is not what he need share this in a one in the scene what he need share this in honey and the who doesn't cut it and is work at Allah who down there and the okay, the warning, the okay, don't honey, yet you won't out and not da. And the security guard watch here, like in town there. And the don't and the don't hold it here on the property, honey, walk home. And the wo dane wo ta ho tia si ton ta ho chi si wa ho de and the private security you ho the ya ni na wo na ke no o ke ne che o de sen a si do mo da si te try de sen da te le and the ho da di ge kwa le ho ge kwa de sen and the da kwa ge tia le ho kwa ge ti de sen da ni ha ni ho da zon ya chi da the Trespass Act and the property and the don't alla sira don and the don't la da hoin desin ya chiwunda the hoin clay don't get this le adia get ya listen to get in desin get some property I going to the hun clay don't get this don't what try and I did the bylaw officer holiday sheriff ako security guard ako and I did get well ho get in this and I want a good there and I did any walla hoda dani walla da and I did that what he get here the same honey hoda.
Another question that pops up in my head.
Tia sinhle wo da ekya de ponsi e kontak a de gits o hoidli at in lani de e na wo gik ala da gits in honde asin Jean WT kontak a de hane gits o hoidli gidia sanile hone it don't get on rights and freedom. What a dear, what dear honey. A Yahanis contact at Desi don't need the he as ho I get who lenny there. A Yahani he a had a dear dile honey. I say contact at the Hanisi need do he get some bylaw officer don't na go get sia dile honey the raya ni laga ho I get holeko e kwatila ni la get da dile honey dina wo wits a dai di hunt ene haneko asi di hani wo gone zi da let's like honey eta it is the wagon and needs it, Denny, Denizia, at a hat long I see at the hotel. Merci, Minister Justice, we can go in there. Madam Chair, must see what I hind dick I have must see the home. Ya question, Yana Tico, I see at the home. A do he the give was a give see only Denizia hotel. Da dia asi na ke wata ala ni wata go hingon na ke he asi city yellow knife e tsege check line shows ya da e kontana ke la dila ni wata e hani sia jo hote tlechet eni lenet ali kontak a de hane donation linga a de hani sia jo da gets a kezut a hahote. Equila ne gits or lats a dazut a hahote. A yet a dihanisi. Ye malak a cheese that Dania like a dahin lazy. Dani like a gay, crazy at a year a question. Honey, that won't go to that dilehote. And now what's okay, sits a lizard a hahote, I must say. The frame Legos on Hayatia. Merci, Madam Chair. The Minister said that we can't do it. A D. Hovia, Hontale, a question. As a committee report. A montaggio now what as a montagi waganiz Lenny. Minister Justice. Must see Madam Chair. I see John Nicholas a go which she let a John Gasek and I. It a security guards on Kehanin de a yajo which is a lizard a hahode a done you a gat, honey. Madam Chair, Eyi asinhle. Eyi tawu na netsi dein le hote masi. Frame Lake kusankate sodon. Eyi John Itlesi Standing Committee on Social Development. Eyi si nitle kwa Jean Huti Dihani Trespass Property Act. Eyi recommendation waga asani lene. Masi Minister of Justice and Madam Chair Masi. Eyi na wo sit I wook at hote. Eyi na wo si wook at ta.
Thank you. I'll go back to the member for Frame Lake.
Frame Lake kusankate sodon. Masi Madam Chair.
Yeah, just to continue with the committee reports.
Committee reports on kehani de
Of interest to me is
YC Standing Committee on Social Development.
regulations under the summary convictions.
Summary conviction. Now we classy Bill 34 Property Act.
This is something of concern to me.
Hatayi ho si wuna ni ho hunte.
The review and it was one that's
Ayi waka ho tok hota wuna ni ho. Ayi yunda ni wo hone yini tle wake he TC. Masi Frame Lake.
The recommendations in that report of the bill. Do you have questions for the minister?
Minister, ayi report get that in candy? Ayi now get that in candy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fail to understand how the report about the bill differs significantly.
Ayi si Shadi bill. Ayi nitle ayi recommendation. Se agent leke wala honte. Ayi si there when delay. Hane koyi ayi na wo se wongo tsadi na hole. Ayi si Shaleka.
The committee report.
The committee will bill won't go to the motion who lead la 120 days wara on at ike la da there. Madam Chair, the EKE committee see the giga line that's a massive point. That the committee said that the Diajanhuti a bill that he had the honey. There are wicked goods of daddy and new bootleg goods on get so done. Must see Madam Chair that a caddy the chacha. A what's a good dale. A Madam Chair, now will see. A now will see what that now will see a new via look not that's on give us a good line lay. I say a wiki dear honey. That the Montan a Monta wiki dear honey Natalie. I eat a neat wiki dear honey. Don't send the IT to our day, Madam Chair. A ye were good deeds that I will go a hard delay one day, Madam Chair. Must see a new bootleg. Must see Madam Chair. A ye that a cat that one lay. A ye don't get here land claim said lahi. A ye minister as on what's on got there one day. Honey, what's on wicked good that one that a cat neatly what's our Minister Justice, we can go in there. Must say, Madam Chair, a neatly that's a cat that he had daddy lesson. Must see committee see that John Chiwike that it's a cat frame leg because I get that so don't so and that's a there. A ye see that John a ye now won't get a daily. A call there a ye now will wait class that minister Danny Wahoney a ye will go to a kissy at Daniel a ye build a Daniel won't go in delay regulation with la.
As recommended.
The Minister of Justice who's today. Mercy, Madam Chair, the what it the regulation what it the mercy. Member for Frame Lake. And the so the and the minister said the honey you died there that called and that the wasn't don't die chin don't what die 20 in one the level there and the minister did and the and the honey there. Minister of Justice, Mercy, Madam Chair, and the need support the don't think decent for there and the Mercy, Madam Chair. Mercy, member for Frame Lake, yes, you want that in care, and you are what I see, Mercy, and I want that care only. Mercy, community that don't do that care there, white chair there, and the class by class review the lesson there, and I did bill and the classes what the day on the page 3 of the bill, class 1 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 2 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 3 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 4 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 5 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 6 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 7 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 8 assistant committee yung tek one. Class 9 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 10 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 11 siyasi yung tek one. Class 12 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 13 committee siyasi yung tek one. Class 14 committee siyasi yung tek one.
Committee,
Committee don't the 7.1 nothing committee you take Bill 34 trespass of property committee says you take to the bill as a whole the committee says you take does the committee Bill 34 trespass properties now the thought that yet here that how must committee that committee the some committee with the one that's in the Bill 34 trespass property act that the one that's in there. Minister Mossy, the little shake Mossy, Sergeant at Arms, we shake here to get on the.
we will now
And I did, what's that? Oh, the
Committee, welcome back. We have agreed to consider report 37-20 bracket.
Niet 37-20 brackets 1. Wogen goods a dad's a deanle. A standing committee. The dean question Hayatiani won. Mufi goes on get it so done. Mercy, Madam Chair. Committee see Bill 34 trespass. Neatle March 3rd week ayats in 2026. The committee now work at Tiger see see it's a neck a hajjons or see Donagira now will see the committee see government see Dani you can go there see committee see me senitle the DC gike heyan tiga masi committee see that the gike line da see that masi to monta gike go deha honine masi amigo deha ni one committee report 37 dash brackets 1 thou did de mofi cause I get that so done. Must see, Madam Chair, the committee see the government of Northwest Territories. Ayi hutinizi aya jonik la konsi etanek ehi adane yi trespass per property act gike la dagasi ayi wo good DC Hania Congo ya get that legacy honey gihoitiang temasi. Motion which she motion can go down. We can get so hoodle hood now it's a die now it's a die delay. Motion holy. Mufi goes like a tetsodo. Masi, Madam Chair, the committee see government on Northwest Territories. A yeasy regulation, honey gets ha who won't a ye ticket, honey said that do trespass again, Lani, the ye bail for workwe. A ye whatle quickie. Masi, Madam Chair. Motion which she okay get that so hot I mean now it's a die now it's a die delay now it's a move figures like a test so do move figures like a test so do Masi, Madam Chair. The committee said that government of Northwest Territories a ye were good deal when last year that don't give one a year don't trespass I get in the a ye were good deal honey given a year tiani did the zanek he don't property act or now we're leaning there. A that ni wiki ho onse wogon ha hodia de masi Madam Chair. Motion which she motion can go down. We can get that so hoodle hoodie. Now it's a die now it's a die delay. Now we yet see a lay now we lean. Move we go to get that so do. Masi, Madam Chair. The committee say government Northwest Territories de hanega la daha wonte. In what is the adane done say security era lagi desi di te adzane ke ye say done so na wo hanin ishi who I get ha hote Masi, Madam Chair. Motion which motion can go down. Range Legos I get that so don't Masi, Madam Chair. I think the high see the one the motion don't now was that hajon donadit zanek security yagili any company gets so he gig as Jean ha the government see don't hunt as a given I need that I give good day the committee see a motions and dage dini de nizia hote that dihani na wo holini de nizia hote montahi diane monta na wo si jo assembly se da donne here contrat sa descend si wonta hani wo gotsade hote son security hani lagi desi don hogi tileni desi giwon hoji lani net ale yishigini dia si won hote ayet ale di hani he hota haguti adade hote ayi akwetson wata ada hani ho oni lena kane ho asi hota giwon ani de aja hote ayeta committee di na what's a da di na he sia de hote don hani si how this si hote di town hall let's add di ko hani don wo na negi de hote do son cli hani private security di tan sa ne ka lagi de si don geji hote yi security lagi de motion which motion ke hayatia we ke get so hutle hudi amina what's a dai amina what's a dai le amina wo yetsia le na wo huli mo fi go tan ke so do Masi, Madam Chair. The committee is a government of Northwest Territories. Eyiwaga la khoda na wo hani hotlet ajon da khola atla hote ajon contragoras private security company so azane kese donation clinga la de haneka de gainly eyeda ne di na wo sigit atia dile hi donetsa hagidia hote Moshe Wechi na woke go there woke get so hotle hodi na what's a dai na what's a dai le na we le motion holin mo fi go zank get so don Masi, Madam Chair, the government of Northwest Territory, the honey gets a arts a won't a d now will wake in Saquenoda, na no zets or wagaho on the honey, dinner woke a good down there. Masi, Madam Chair, motion with she. I would get good damn in what I can tell so it's a die. Now it's a die delay. Now we yet see a now we'll leave. Masi committee, Ali committee, classing 37 brackets 1 standing committee. Bill 34 will not eat a dahuni. Masi committee report 37 brackets. Yes, that Bill 34 will not eat a committee dagi won and Anuvik Budle Kadane won, Madam Chair. Di Hotana Hotahodi. I mean, I would a daidi. I mean, motion which she, Hotana Hotahodi. I mean, now it's a daidi. I mean, now it's a daidi le. Motion Holi, Hotana Hotedesia. Masi.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering
Bill 34 Wagon Goods in there. 37 dash brackets 1. Bill 34 trespass honey Wagon Goods in there. With a motion I get tied. Units in there. 37 brackets 1. With that Wagon notes in there. Bill 34. With that hot on Wikia Tia. I goods on committee, see, that will not in what I must say. That show goods on me now with a daidi. I mean, now it's a daidi. I mean, now it's a daidi lay. I mean, now we are selling.
Third reading of bills.
Thoughts on now we need like Yatıì, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Twin Lake goods on Bill 47. AUC 2026-2027. Thoughts on Yatıì honte dunga jongizi hatsa diade honte. Motion which she.
Member from
Anuvik Twin Lake goods on.
Let's try that one. I'm just going to let the Minister of Finance or Minister of Health and Social Services talk, but we'll go with you there,
Minister.
I just promoted you.
New date, and now a minister, this is great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's definitely been a long day, certainly a long
But that's a new Hua honte. And call Mr. Speaker, Bill 47. A year 2026. A year did like that John the assembly see I can line that's a section. A year that DNC has John I see exactly as that John given a need this won't go said day. A year some power at all that's a guitar arts in one day. A year that him. I see one good at this, a don't so good at the what I want there. A yet I don't want to see as one that it's in K. A yet I did Minister of Finance, see how de hunted than some bout a lot of dozen what you would now was it go down a yin la 40 million. I see go yin la good nera. Yet Mr. Speaker, did you honey shake a lot of that now? Won't it? Yet a leading see I that song we get lots in there. These some power goods a day said that's a naked here. You get a water, I see won't go get there. Yet a deep primary care reform see won't go get there. Yasi tladi outlegi wondani frame healthcare hani tladi outlegi dida wongo get dehode. Ayeda DC atso do leke lagi de. A nurse practitioner hani netlongo adzane ke ladaha getza hote. Mr. Speaker, DRC medical travel that don't give one I need de hote. Ayeda di Hutinezi la dawit at hote. Ayeta di case management hani zonke like in he hote. Ayeta li di hani set a budget 2027 hani da na we get la da hote yajon frontline worker ki lisi azon tone hutinezi don't sage gidia getsa hote. Di hani se ajon tone etzan neke hijon Ota hutia tsa wake lots of da hote inclusive school.
Important to Northerners. We pushed government to strengthen supports in classrooms.
The minister did honey the technical service honey you want go get this one day. And the early learning hoodie honey what okay hayat in chi in le honey. And the honey the federal fund is not there what they can so buy what hoodie honey. And the elder education honey workforce honey that was in the question honey. And the go Mr. Speaker, member honey that again you want that the check that don't Disney law honey so good today. And the honey on doesn't have to get home the honey say on the and the go out the social work for that there and the community learning center and the community government gishes and what loss there and the and that's it net honey so what what's a fishing and the timeline honey so go to the so the member honey the now that gets so on the Mackenzie Valley Highway honey as I told you community so about honey one hour minister and the honey in the hotel it's on the indigenous congregation hotel and the LNGs won't go the east won't go there or the Boulder Delta and the regional indevelopment corporation and the economic growth the honey's around there. And that deal that go shit like you got in there, Nasi, I got class as a go shit like you got in there. And the as you want the staff honey's on your good sick there, honey, what does what on there. That is who are the housing the year that and the go who that and the honey currently approves not to listen to the honey say that go to Tonze or the Hotasan who's in a hotel and the honey say go to Tonze what I don't in the Congo get listen to what I think of them. And the Hotaton region or Hotaton and the minister of structure the Hota did and the region and is Hogi and did go Hotaton Hotagon Salia Hota Dezin Donasiati Donau said the house in Nezi Hotia Mulak what he's in goodness in a get there. And the other government ticket honey the Hota Donasiati Don. And the hotel, Mr. Speaker, in this had you deal with the Nadik one hour, hotel, Saka, Hono, Koni, say, don't get the Nasiani Hated Leonle. And the hotel, the go hotel, don't get Christian on the Leonde, what does it take? Lots of dozen around there. And the hotel told you about this bow on the in the hood nets there. And the Beaufort Delta, the hotel and the go hota sines in the hotel as a heart and water. And the opportunity and go can I in a lay honey. The honey some bossing and it's some bossing with a good trial on the course. And the primary care improvement. The at the lesson on the and the and that dinner don't they say what are you who say on the lucky don't have to Allah who lost in line to the and the members and see who give this on the land transfer de contrôle and the go on the little cohanis has watch and the in the hotel the hotel as you are in the hotel home the Mr. And the head air high seen who doesn't bother the ocean and the go hotel the go was a hotel there. And the what the point that the go was in minister to watch a care and this it's a member has not lagging down some barney was okay care with the hotel is in the hotel on check it down at that dicing is in the hotel and I got so little is in the hotel aha budget by judge what are these that zone at that days that days and deck our new big bootleg to the motions on member for Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. And the hotel now one is in you on your call. And the English in that zone don't know I won't see that zone the whole Mr. Speaker. And I did the assembly, and you got a date. And I did this in the hotel, honey now was in house wash it, won't go to dinner. And I did see that sauce and if you home, this in the hotel, as in hearts in one. And don't did go, Mr. Speaker, and the finance minister, and you and I see had deal there. And the Yatıì shown it on the overall budget, good thing there, here there. And the healthcare and this good thing there. The law has what I have there, what deal there. And the donor high cheesing what I eat honey. And okay, honey, what that it's a kissing on the honey called the northness, are you happy getting? And don't stab honey ho. And Otagun Salaho. And Diasi Hanis in fund at the land, they say, Honey, ho de budget Hanis, you go get good a day. At the healthcare dollar, Hanis, you go to day, they say, Honey, ho de Mr. Speaker. The financial coverage, and you go to the Yehola, and the power, and in that the few that will call how go shots and go here, call and the business, and the honey, the go out that cock then the same as it says how the level there. And that's all that now wasn't walkers and all the home lazy. Go shake out here in the same honey on there. And do education, honey, see what on there. And a lot of that these not saying what there's some about now war. And the regulatory on this won't go to the and the Mineral Resource Act hanyo ho ya go de and the asi ho go she ta di a za se la ni le honde and the online map honey the go de and the sin honey honde and and the Mackenzie Valley Highway, this water until the and the wasn't boggled as out there, so but it go clean the honey, good out there. And the hotel housing up plants, in there. And the hotel tonight had a question that she would deliver here home. I tell her good there, who's only plants, in the same book your home. And I dear cat on plan yet, it's not done. And there was a project, was not see what it listen on the and I did some bar hotel now, war on this work here with the government. And I did what does indigenous don't leasing, don't know what can listen get here, like that doesn't on the deck don't here like it doesn't out. And I say here like that doesn't what I say that there on the check that don't not designated in the hotel. And I dear what I dear go on that gets it, Hale, and gets it in the that's what I dear what I said, I thought it didn't zone that there on there. And the land, honey, you won't go to the there, and this won't go to there. And the land for housing, a year, and the young life animal, a year that lot no hotel, the municipal hotel. Honta got the hunt get day a whole lot on the only ya good there and did also honey so and did the application honey see around 15% and did what I told Dania Suni and did and the go hota honey see around and $10 billion dead in war that day honey what that's what they had there also honey go on ladies honey the hotaka did them what doesn't go to saison ta hota go at there and so and the hotel member cats on that I said how it was in class how they only look and $30 million won't go to there $30 million won't go to there a year that how no lemison and I did education body honey that what and I did and I did review honey what it doesn't don't and I did and I have get you and I did 30 million and I did the member honey and I did 30 million what I can like honey I yet the honey hot it left deal there. And then you the $1 million the mola what you said that got a good deal from the lack of no let me out. And I deal that as a member who asked him what I got against and I deal that how no let me so basins are killed there. That the plant is not done, they shall see has it lay on in our wash it. And I did and I did anta di ta zo medical travel na di ke zon da asin ke tede anta di ho da si ta mota wo da ti ya and wo ka la ho da lende anta di ho da zo public yi ho da so ba ke fia de ho de anta di ta motion go tede te di sin anta zo di ta go di sin so o do go di so ho ya ho la ho de anta di ta anta zo anta sumba ke hota zo hota gon tsala ho anta di treaty right di hanisi ho ya go de anta di the safe management team ho hota zo ta di policy anta di the anta di asi go de sa asi go shida in ke do anta di mohtas ni te mohtas ke do za honde anta di te anta do debate ha hon gote de ha in desen ha ni honde asi se de ha te de adi honde
To the value it provides, the value for money it provides.
You don't tax na ke DC. Ye hanise ta wata ahata go can girasi. Asi son hadi hat la hadi le hote. Ye 30 million da on ek ni le. Ye si asi na cha da go ke hote. It's on asi le he won't go there the one. Di ye dani hun sago he asago tini de ye ga se ta samba wala adlani de ne zia ho di ho de emergency management system da di ha ni si government si ho ta samba na would la tsa da he good what's and the honey de assembly I say gira what I question we get la hot down de that John do he would sago hair sago in the year honey some bawalahan see one de that the honey he motion what's that's a dilly go ya tigi chile de aye ha dia johuti wagana tse di adanio a johuti de he so good tse I hone ye ha ni som pa he ta wata de tsa di ga ne tse la ha wo ha tse dia tse di hote ye da di adani a child and youth advocate adani what's also back e hu ya hone ha ni kodi policies on ke go get de la ne hote Johannes da Johannes won't go at Denny de Johannes da won't go at Denny de Assi Saga Wagat in the set in Senera he I that forget here Johuti way ya de Hohote Hota don't has Zongia Tijuni or Hota Haneko go sits or he takes again in Joe he won't go there committee he won't go there Ayeda Aye Hota Joe Honey now woods a died he what's a dia le what is nick a la what daleni de a ye dali a ye some bahi what a lots a daha a ye ha who dc range le raguts a dile la ne what a ye that dia need do see at the ne ye governance Sunnek a got so honey a sigake I see what a da saison hane gote sinile tomo da se ayi se azohuti tladi woke gotse de hote ya tso dogana da ho ha hot ene jo hane go he go onse da wo onse ayi se da ai got la ho on da hone ya jo hota don ha jo gogin de hote da asilo go in la go he ho go so somebody go shin la da de asi hlongo neke wat aki go he go tsedila ni hote hata jo don't tsadi ha jo tsa kwe hote hani ko go ke khede he kia tsa azota ha hote ke tsa koleni de tani ha hata go neke go tsa se ata don go tsa gi che hote na gi neke la tsa daleni de di ha siajo asiajo hunti azo senne ke he e se hani la wutsa dai dia lene senne ke do tsa ho di lene de e ga saga ke tetso he ke sine da li do hani se ke a hote di si budget wizi in da ho o ke ana hwa le hote ami mo she ke go da tune de willy de go tsa ke tetso do masi Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, D19 Assembly, Aquetlon John Saraka Tetso Holinko Senera AEC Hotajon Tanito by election that Junguya Sahode Ada Ayekota Assembly Hagesi AEC Premier to eat lane Hote 2024. Ayisi senne rasia zo eke na keza tatla ho premier hadi. Ayi minister se atan what's a good there hadi hoda ayi naga wata ase hage sian hadi did zen so si minister wizi he sits on going dead adi naga hote hake dile hote. Di hota di Thailand ni Thai Holland ni ga somba ungo tsade na ho wo hote e somba wata la tsada jo hote wa tsada ni de asi hlong go wi ho la le hote ko thana chalaga e ta si wo go na ni ho hote Mr. Speaker ye de di here the finance minister hota sonti ho John like hota hote e ya jo hote asi season ne ke he somba ne gi la huile hote the minister si asia aye goni so aja hote 2.2 billion aja hote di hat so se ta aye work ha gun ta ha honi da di la ne don so Kura light de hote. Ayet ali 25% la tlan ajo hote. Aye hani da social worker na shakaha 20 si na tlan da de hote. Ayet aye hani si aye ni business plan. Aye hani si sakane go khen hoa twa go shile nurse hani si daga hi go shile hani don go kota lagi da go shile la ne hote hani ko ye minister asia zon tsaka wole hote minister finance aye si da de di hani wotla ho wa tsa ida the ye de son department si tsaka ke de hote ayeta gohi hota khonsom kerani desi ayesi Jordan's principal se was somebody with that la hote ay counselor hani hi goga gohi la ja hote ayeta le di hani ga se somebody ay hani se ta ga somebody tsala hodi Ayetali 19 Assembly gozo kete so dosi se hodlin gozo se azo hani asiazo se kontage ke se azo deke ne tle hode. Ayi minister si gitsa I hode. Ayeta di hota sompa wot ala tsada na ho woni de hosi hi sa ne zile de si hode. Ayi hi jo de dia je hote ki de ken alagi de hote ayeta asi dia atlets in wota hani wongo tse de tse di hote si hisen ne ke si gira gote hote ayeta jo na hitso gote ni de asihla diwo ke go de hote haniko eyihi dini de eyi jogu yise da hanisi wongo te akwe hwa di haniko tana chalaya galago tsagi dini de neziana gets a din le hote eyida di hanihi sombawat ala tsada sombani lene ayet ali go he go tsadi ho o hote go konta ya galasi atsoki asia zonta guts aget dile hote di ka khwalasi goni tlesi aja eyehani sombawat ala tsada ni lene hane khodi wo gala tsada hane na wo si weekend na ho e hote e treaty si tro hote e le ne ke se asia zo monta gi ne ke se de thile adat i hote e da di hane si e da di government e da ke i hone e asi jo sombak e se da asia zo ta gi tsa hodi hote si se ti hia tso jo khotha asi ta gi tsa dia jo tso ke ge de hote e da si se ti se da health and social services si don so go khotha sa din tso ke ge de tso na di ke zo a khotso ke ge de ha hote da di asi atso samba tsekeni de di government si akwela hagedi yisi johani go he hatsala hadige di hote yisi indi finance budget si hadin le hote yi hani do hani hatsala hadi gunne si dagon tsegala ni hatla di hadi hote ayet ali concierge hunt eki donc coin lego dago ohde ayi hesi e mein si agent te wadai jeha no ho wohde ayet adani samba hotle ha khoni ayet do ayi le wutz ho lini le di se gonne ke dagon te se go hingot ho li eta di federal government si la di government so la monta thage ja hote eta indi si ya ni se ta wo go get de le hote san ne ke go hane ko ye hane som pas di ane som pa wa ta la tsa da jo hote won go tsa de ada de hote eta federal government se gets a hoi li la ne hote go hisi what show de ke tsa di ha di hote di ga se e contraste ta dona ke de si ya je hote e de di si hani like da ha gi won do si what show gits ha si gi wo hote eta ya zo aro na tla da ko gin ke go ge di la ne hote Mr. Speaker jo sompata la tsadahi de rani les lahi le donne la ke hi ho age thole donne son son kes khoagi tsadile hote the government de dizwa ki de ke dila ne hote de dizwa de ga second hote le di contagion don giga la tsada se da goy kelelani de di wacho de rasa goge I hote hane se hi se contra giga gote hasara eketet so holi hote di hani se jo huita se si achi na will go to de hote da Mr. Speaker di sompana will see what's a die diale. Tuna day willy day. Ame motion ego da satik ego zon. Masi Mr. Speaker. Indi na kekola ni waga tani dedi assembly. Iya hutine zego keko ongedi tahani ungo gedenle. Iya adla percentage wugo ichihode. Da jongo tsaho ili hodi hode diane na wose. Iya wik ela tsadaha hodenle hode. Haniko diane sati ke ako wugo tani de. Iya hani hago teleile hode. Iya do.
Assistance to look at a chart.
At a DNA that honey sati hod and at the 448 medevac loud and a kehota and the honey that it is not the hound don't is out there honey and I don't see what thrown there and I did honey what I don't got yana there kike hui honey and the workforce who did and did go out that got honey there. And did as you mota on the project mota as he did what classing on the and did and did and the recapitalization, and you got that thing, this, and honey, say, honey, hot it is here, and honey, hot and the imperial oil who the Tłı that's issue who in Leonde and the honey that oil legacy oil normal wells or that as you can see like that down there and I didn't decade in the center the that's not the and the doesn't box in the war in there. And you got some 2 boxes, gets it in the center. I see not so at the listener. And the floods that he was now got the. Khai go ke konsen das gut so bol ke we asi ani so gut so bol ke we on the regulatory reform and the devolution the na wo son tronze na wo son tronze da ne what at in le da ne as the devolution what at in sa sa lesson and the resource development the honey got the daily sen honey hode and the coal management structure hode the without no approval the listen and the royalty the honey royalty the debt some how we in this is about to take care honey one now and the quite hard to honey don't get there when always out there and the resources board the and the that's what I did there you want there and the and so the finance what I said that the days honey got said there and the honey benefit what I can see who dear that's asking what can see who Oh, that's also good to take care. And the coming years preparing ourselves in the honey on the and $10 billion a year. And the won't do any get on some bar, get on get really see some bar whole lesson on there. And Mr. Speaker, the honey got that the ASEAN had a use was in the hotel ASEAN hotel. And Mr. Speaker, in the get the Sati get the Negisho on and the deal that conda the Gisha got a deal on the and the 36 community got a queer on there. And the recovery plan. That's what I see not did that. And the regulatory redesign. Who got a deal on there. And the budget. What's a idea on there. And the don't start like get that so get sensing. I think it gets more. And the doesn't bahot now war on the and the Northwest Territories right this in business community norm tag on here and that what I care on there and the tag on here shut down up there on there. And the mining company goes on normally well, so called mining company goes I get this ticket as and the hotel on queer honey dog get honey and the government honey that support I get it lay and the infrastructure plan ho and the nasi honey combine at the and what's in the modular unit honey and the hotagun ya could lie you and the gin now the honey and the honey besinet honey concert how little kegele. Again now the don't I get the again now the and I did and I did honey on there and I did honey. And that's talking Northwest Territory ho that you sat here ho. I see so how good in the level there. And the good on deck of water that some bar get share. And that's all budget and you got a ding this. A budget honey balance that's a land is suddenly on there. And that's why it is what it does. It's from the hoda did from the hoda you got a day and that did and the lay expenditure on this you got the lay off on you got the account you hold on else you got that down there and the in the and is what that and that's the and the honey on the and the honey so the business that and the don't indicate that the idea that it glass has it glass on the private sector in this the and the 5-year plan has got this on the and the another it quit and the goes on shares in the and how good need the and the budget was in the what I there to the motion. To the motion. Member for Yellow Left North. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I am voting in support of this.
And the budget, what I there, and the negotiate that's it loud there. And the third get the motion holding the hood. And the cabinet member and in the guest and that's it that that's it what this is something in who there and that's all resources and the hot is honey the bottom line did and the budget honey and the handful of churches had let this and ASEAN the biggest problem honey to go to the and the member statement say that the Yatıì India the healthcare will now they can so now who Yatıì see India the whole honey what's how well the honey call and the any policy look at la hoda dilan honey member mota and the so honey the so appropriation you go to the and the has a frontline position when one there and the and the that's highlighting the community education deal that's you can yeah no no les maisons sont pas schools c'est Hollande and the school review and the honey honey what that in the scene so honey and the specialized support scene there and the education and the several members of this house since second and the better literacy support and the early literacy screening what there's in kindergarten so and the post-secondary nickel good day who got there and the also good day for financial support on this one you good day and the fall 2027 Bachelor of Social Work, and the dig you see her niece and wish you who you see her one. At all, I see us on Taki go there the whole war, and the husband that's in so, and I did I see the who are the budget, you budget, and I did the sin nice, the budget for only a unit, only what a idea, the must Mr. Speaker. Yellowknife North. To the motion. Mackenzie Delta, they get it, look at that, so don't, Mossy, Mr. Speaker, the Legislative Assembly, and the learning, honey, and the honey, I get took you what I shall, and I send the girl, honey, and I did, and the nation who are in this adult as a dear honey, I get took you what on this thing got at home, get your got tea, who window the adult ed. And I dear what that's all Northwest Territories get heads on. Dear honey, on the took you has what that home, I'll go get loud. And I did. And I did honey zot, and I did check honey on a da honey on a da honey, and I did nurse honey co, and I did budget won't go to day, and I did community gisha line da, molak what she's in gisha line da, and I did that cloud check I that it la, and I did that. Okay, honey, who is la who on this the party out again, and I did honey go don't know who la dying this don't and I did what this is thought I go here got a deal on the and I had this on the and a Dempster Highway, and I did what I don't couldn't get a linear alone, that's usually good taking a lane on the. And the settled community, the Yokona town this weekend. And I did budget. I go home. And I did. And I did. This hot heat it done. This is it done. And I did what I see. I zone the case. I see the chill there. I see the chile, the decent deal, and I deal that I is a king of that doesn't out there. And I did the chicken deal that don't watch you. Don't go here, got you, what you would dine this now. It's a nursing kids and a ton of kids, no conda, was your house it lay. And I deal with that some bar in the safety, got a deal there. And I do what again now, and I did budget the last house and win not this had. And I did some bar, well, taking on the got some community, the got a whole deal on lay. And I did, honey, that good honey, is a good game, but that contrast, and I like it down there. And I did what that's also boss in Northwest Territory, what law, got some community. And I did, and the community, the cat some buckets in there. And they did the one is in the hooky on there. And I did what
contracts with the government of the Northwest Territories. Like I said, that I hope we're not going to go any further backwards. We can only build on what we got. Maybe in the next budget we'll have a police officer in Sigachik, but that fight's been going on for over 40 years. It's just me continuing it, and we got till next year, and I'll continue to fight this battle for the community of Sigachik. another projects that Fort McPherson, Aklavik, and Sigachik may want. They ask me a lot to fight on their behalf for negotiated contracts, and I hope the government is listening because we have nothing. We need more. We asked for gravel. Maybe it could have been done in phases, but it was put out back on the local government's table for them to consider, and they said they'll have personnel resources to help them. So it's reluctantly, but I will be supporting this budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion. To the motion. Gentlemen and ladies, please, somebody put their hand up so we can go. Member from the Date Show.
Hand up already. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I looked at my budget address and tried to figure out how I was going to deal with this. And it's been quite a time learning here. I have to say that and learn about how everything works and how I wanted some stuff. I put some stuff on the list, and I'm thankful for what I got. I mean, some of my colleagues said here, you can't get blood from a stone, and we're in a deficit, and for me, I'm very thankful that I asked for phase 3 power. I wanted that, but it has to be worked in a way that I know that it can happen. When? Maybe next time we do a budget, like my colleague from McPherson said. I know, and I'm glad that slowly, and it's going to take time. I know that things take time. I want something. It's not like we get everything we want right away. Things take time. So I understand that, and I will continue to work with the departments to support my people back home. I will continue to ask for them. We don't have a land claim settlement in the Decho riding, and so it makes it a little bit more difficult for us. But I will continue to ask. I will continue to work for the people. Continue to bring ministers into the region so people can talk and ask questions about what they need. There's lots that, we need a lot, but I know things take time. And I'm glad we have the teacher education program put back in. I'm all for education. I want people to get, the more education people have, the more knowledge people have, the better they're able to make good choices in their life. It's not always about money, but we make it always about money. What about spending time with children? Spending time out on the land? We have there's money for on the land programs. I'm thankful for that. We're dealing with a lot of addictions in our community. That is not about money. That's about that's a people issue. We need to spend time together, do things together, talk together. I'm passionate about this kind of stuff because that's the type of work I was doing before I came into this house. So I'm grateful for that. Like I said, there's a lot that we don't have, but we'll get there. Things take time. With that, I want to say thank you, and I will be supporting the budget. Thank you.
To the motion. To the motion, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's getting late, and I'm going to keep my comments to a minimum because I'm sure the last thing anybody in this house wants right now is a 20-minute speech from the member for Frame Lake.
We We love your speech.
Let's be real here. Let's be real, Mr. Speaker. Come on. Okay.
Well, if you get on with it.
Yeah. Boy, okay.
I can go. I can go. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that I think, I want to echo a lot of what the member for Nunavut Lake spoke to. And, there's been some different perspectives shared here, and I'm not going to get too deep into it. But I will say that for me, I'm proud of the work that we've done over the past month and a half. It's been maybe even a bit more time than that. I mean, budget for all of us really starts in mid-January, if not a little bit earlier. And it's a grind. We all know that. People have spoken to it in the past, and so a lot of work has been done here. I am proud of that work, and I feel that we achieved a lot over the past few months. And interestingly, I actually feel this is one of the more successful negotiations we've seen in terms of thinking about the list that AOC put together, the things that we agreed upon fighting for, and what we were able to get from the government in concessions through the negotiations that our chair and deputy chair worked so hard on. I actually think that we achieved a lot. And I'm happy with a lot of what we achieved. And, the member for Yellowknife North mentioned a few of the things. And I think just for sake of time, I'm going to spare speaking to all the different things I'm happy about. I can talk about those things in my newsletter with specific constituents. Certainly there's a few who I'm going to be reaching out to who I know are going to find meaning in some of the things we achieved because they were the people that I had in mind when I was bringing this forward. So I'll be emailing them directly and saying, hey, here's what we got for you. I just want to speak a little bit to the hard work and what goes into getting us to where we are, Mr. Speaker. I think that sometimes, certainly when I was, before I ever took a seat in this assembly, I didn't know much about Committee of the Whole and what goes on there. It was something I never thought about at all. But it's somewhere that I now spend significant amounts of my time preparing for and working in. And it stands out to me, Mr. Speaker, that in Committee of the Whole, effective lines of questioning, working with our colleagues across the floor, and all of the time that people don't see, the time that I spend in ministers' offices talking to them about specific issues, talking about things that matter to me, asking them for advice. How can I be most effective on this issue that matters to me, and how can I help you be effective on it too? That's where the rubber really hits the road. That's the hard work. That's the work that people don't necessarily see. It's not something I was particularly familiar with before I got in here, but what I have been working hard, exhausting myself doing over the past number of months, and those months are long before this budget process started. This work is ongoing. And so I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of this budget process, in my reply to the budget address, I spoke to us being stronger together. I do believe that. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about that work, that when we are working together, that's how we can be effective. And speaking to being effective, I thought that I received a very good piece of advice in these budget negotiations, and that was that we are most effective as a group, as AOC, when we find common ground on issues, when we do the hard work of negotiating our way through that and figuring out what are the issues that we all stand together on, what are the things that we can all really support that are important to this territory as a whole, not this or that riding where we do support one another from time to time, but what are the issues of territorial importance that we can all agree upon? Yes, this is what we need to hammer down on. That's where we're most effective. I really appreciate that advice. I listen to it. And it's what stands out to me when I look at the things we have been able to achieve as a group. And I'm very proud of some of the things that AOC has achieved. The key one is the $150 million of housing money. That is something that AOC worked very hard on. It took us a couple of years of hard work and hard negotiations, but we got there. And that is more money than any AOC has ever gotten out of any government for housing in the history of this assembly. That is a big deal, Mr. Speaker. And it shows me that when we work together, when we come together on common issues, we can be effective. So that's what stands out to me. I want to thank all the different cabinet members I just mentioned, whose offices I spend time in and who I talk to and pester and probably sometimes annoy greatly, constantly pressuring them on different things and asking different questions and submitting BFs and all the different things that we do, for taking the time to work with us, to give us that advice, to help us be effective. I think we are all ultimately pulling in the same direction. All of us are here because of how much we care about this territory and how much we care about the people that we represent. I don't think anybody in this room can disagree about that. We may have different perspectives on how to get there, and I've talked to members who I disagree with about that, but what motivates us to be here and the outcomes that we are looking to achieve are very similar at the end of the day. And I think that's something to reflect on and to think about. And I'm going to end on that point right there, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of the budget. Thank you.
From Frame Lake. To the motion. Member from Mophie.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. the water truck, the sewer truck, and it's in social service, Tłı chȯ region, and the Hontagon Salia, Hontaki net let out that you talk it in Nekes, net let out that quantity in Nekes, and the on the cats or how good you would. And that's what I doesn't the community Hontaka the Asian Hage you that she would not set down that okay says and the committee gave work with cheese and what she RCP and did go honey what you couldn't put out and the committee see honey and did I see the here what I did how I didn't live and did what I didn't live and did 3-year position and did and the honey on the North Slave office on it and the
I'm not going to stop just because, like they have it there. I'm going to continue fighting for more jobs.
The law needs you are going to da it, one of the four, and the mice what that one, and the last things in war there. And the man what that who that la hat it hasn't out the la do la na da it doesn't out there. And the hot at the dinner left there. How could this house only? And I did I the session work as on. And I get to go days on down there. Budget negotiation got the days on down there. What days there? And I did issue the work here there.
By GNWT to work with Tłı chȯ government for establishment of a standalone Tłı chȯ administrative region, that's okay. I mean, it's in there, So I'm quite pleased about that. But I know that the elders have said to me many times when I first campaigned, they said, if you work alone, you're not going to get anything done. But if you work together, collectively, you can get a lot of things done. And I do appreciate and I thank my colleagues here for helping and working with me. To even my Yellowknife colleague advocated for Tłı chȯ region as well. All of them, I really do thank them. Like, Mr. Hawkins, Kiro, Mr. Tester, Juliet, Mr. Morris, Miss Reed, and Miss Morgan. I really, they really did advocate for the Tłı chȯ administrative region. So I really do appreciate that. So that's working together. And that's what the elders have said, is that you can't do it alone. You got to do it together. If you guys work well together, we can go, long ways. We know that the GNWT is in deficit. So we just I'm quite pleased, I mean, I would like to get more, but I am okay with what we have right now because there's still room for improvements and there's still time that, we can get more things for our region. So with that in mind, at this time, I will support the budget. Thank you.
The motion to the motion. To the motion.
Member from Illinois Center.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do want to correct one piece of information from the member of Mont. I felt like we were working for her, not necessarily working with her. So, but in the spirit of collaboration, because I mean, many of us recognize her particular desire of wish of that the Montpellier riding being peeled out as a specific area or economic region in the budget, and in a lot of ways it makes sense just by itself, saying, hey, can we target? So I mean, when she needed support for that, I can't see why anyone would oppose that. I'm not saying they're getting it. It's aspirational in this the statement yesterday. So we yet to see if it actually does anything. And as I told the member from Montpellier yesterday, my humble opinion is it has nothing to do with the Tłı chȯ government. It has everything to do with the Minister of Finance saying it needs to be done. I mean, it's not the Tłı chȯ government's budget. It's the GNWT's budget. Now, we differ on that. We differ on the perspective. It's the old splitting hairs. But the fact is, I think that really matters. It's our budget, not anyone else's. So, Mr. Speaker, well, let's jump into a couple of things. We didn't ask for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things. We asked for a couple dozen things, and some things cost money, some didn't, some were rewording even, administratively. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, the challenge of that is I just felt like we were negotiating against ourselves. I don't even know why we call it negotiating some days. I think that the budget should have started off by talking about the unstoppable sleeping economy that's about to take over. Should have been the theme of this, how we're going to turn this around. Should have been the theme of what we're going to do. I don't feel that the budget itself addresses the economic cliff, if I may stress, that we're facing with such ferocity. I mean, I was thinking yesterday, do we have any more mines to announce a closure? Do we have any left? I mean, if we're lucky to get somebody saying we want to open one, that could be 10, 12 years. We all know the process doesn't happen overnight. We'll be lucky to get a couple of the lithium project, maybe get a lithium project before the end of this current decade off the ground. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that the market on one of the products, not worth a lot of money, and there's such competition, one project virtually kills the next one, because there's not a need for that product on the market. It doesn't cost a lot of money, it doesn't make a lot of money, and if your project's more accessible, it's going to make it tough. I've spoken to the folks here, they are worried. Yes, they're planning and they're proceeding as if the project's a go, but I always worry. And they're worried too. Mr. Speaker, I think the budget's an opportunity to be a catalyst of success, not a demonstration of status quo. And I've been part of many budgets over the years, and I just find that the resilience of the 11 members, as much as we try hard to draw a line, but when you show up at the last 2 weeks just before a session and saying, here's your budget, ta-da, and then what do you think, even though it's in print? And what do you think this is the one we're going to table? And what do you think, send us over your ideas? And then it boils down to is what we really think is more of a, as they say, an epimetheus, which is basically an afterthought, it feels like. I feel like it's constantly, if the government was being proactive to engage the 11 members, which is hard enough in on itself, because we're 11 individual members. It'd be a lot simpler if we were one party. We're not a party, we're a consensus government. I'm not trying to get people wound up here. But we are individual islands, little shoals, archipelagos. It only once in a while we come together as one force. And we can't even hold the line. Why? Because at the 11th hour of the budget cycle that we're just about to finish, people are tired, they're cranky, they just want to go home, they want to go on their holidays, they want to give up. Can we do any more? I don't care. Give me something and I'll go away and I'll vote for yes. Just make it in. I think our job is to continue to hold the government's feet to the fire. And I'm not sure the fortitude is being demonstrated this time around. As a matter of fact, I actually feel like the government got away very cheap this time around. And I'll come back to that because I really think on paper, yet to be determined actually in dollars, but I think in paper, it really is only a $10 million success story. And I'm not even sure on that, because if you ask the question of why am I not sure, it just seems like back to what my colleague from Range Lake had said. They were doing much of this already. They just reprofile it. I mean, it feels like a government announcement, the federal government, where they announce, and then, we're going to do this project 6 months, a year later, they re-announce the same project and arena. I felt like it was a restatement of the government's goals and objectives. Very little seemed to crack the interest in the sense of it was new for us, based on our asks, that is, Mr. Speaker. For me, seeing something, immeasurable, our suggestions in that sense, it would be so important to see them in there in a manner that we know that they would stay. Or sorry, I said immeasurable, I meant immutable, whereas then they're locked in. And so that, for those who are curious, wondering what that is, that means basically you can't change it. There is, I just was suggested a minute ago saying, are we better off today than we were when we took office? I'm not sure you can tell the difference. How we tell the difference is our hopes are higher, our economy is lower, and our dreams that the federal government will save us are really picking up momentum. Because if it isn't for the federal government coming here saying we're going to put $5 million in the Yellowknife region, or sorry, my apologies, $5 billion in the Yellowknife region, $5 billion in the Inuvik region, that they might move to Yellowknife better. No, I'm kidding. But in truth, without that, I don't know what we'd see. I really don't know. I mean, if it wasn't for that type of conversation, I mean, my goodness, back to the mines. Is there any mines left to close, to announce their closing? So let's pair out here a little bit of what the minister had said yesterday. So she talks about a meaningful role of shaping the government. Again, I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to revisit that. But even if you took the influence of 11 members, it's worth 0.015% of the budget. And that's assuming, based on, we had the influence of the $40 million. So in other words, the 10 plus the $30 million for the enhancement to childcare. So I hate to think, it's a rounding error for our efforts here. And our efforts are restatements of programs that some are not even real, they're notional, and some are theoretic. Because some of this isn't even coming in this budget, it's planning. We'll never see it. Well, don't worry, we agree to the plan, and the plan will come later, and we assure you. And I'll get to that too. I'm reminded of one of the things that used to drive me crazy about one of the former finance ministers. He always used to say, the fullness of time. That's what this response feels like. One day, someday. That's my saying. And it feels like, well, just hold your breath, one day, someday. The notional part. Members, to my understanding, want movement on the inclusive schooling file. Absolutely. Members, I think all members, to their credit, not one over the other, not one higher than the other, not one less than the other, Mr. Speaker. I think it affects everyone, including cabinet. And I think seeing movement on the inclusive schooling file gives me a real sense of juxtaposition. I'm not happy what they're presenting because they don't have a plan. And even we heard from the Minister of ECE, it's still coming. So we're not sure what we're agreeing to, and that's always been a factor of me, which is I want to know what I'm agreeing to. I'm willing to agree to something I don't like, I'm willing to agree to something I don't support, but I want to know what I'm agreeing to. We're agreeing to a notional plan saying $30 million is coming forward, but we don't quite know yet what it is. Again, it's the federal decisions that are going to make life better. As far as the primary care file, I mean, one day people are railing against the public administrator, and then the next day they're saying he's the greatest. I'm not sure. I'm confused because, we want things in this particular file, and I think, in essence, all of us want things, but I mean, it's confusing that we're actually getting what we want. I don't feel like going through the finance minister's full statement, but I do feel it's demonstrably disappointing because I don't feel like we actually made an actual impact. I feel like what we've been told is, you guys did a great job. That's a good AOC. Yeah, you did really good. Don't worry. Oh, you held us. Oh, don't worry. 0.015% of the budget. Oh yeah, you really held us over a barrel. Oh yeah. Mr. Speaker, when I see things like the CLC, they're gonna basically keep the lights on for 2 more years. Well, they were gonna do it anyway. It's the GNWT's buildings. We don't have any clear-cut plan on this, but they're restating it as a whirlwind success. And I think it's been raised by many people. We still have our MRA problems. You know, I would have liked to have seen on the side, not to consume attention, some real hard studying and commitment to why our resource industry is tanking. Now they'll say they're doing some work behind the scenes and it'll come someday, one day. Remember that phrase? And it's frustrating because our mining industry, we are a mining territory. And as I said the other day, you can't tourist your way into a new GDP out of this problem. You can't be. I mean, I like art, I buy art too. We had friends here recently, we said, go on an Aurora tour, spend some money. As a matter of fact, the speaker, you know this, almost cost me money taking a visitor to the Diamond Center. I don't know how he survived that visit. The point being is we can only tourist our way so much out of this problem, and it's not gonna have an effect over the greater GDP. So hoping the feds will save us seems to be the theme of this budget. I worry when we get to talking about the Mackenzie Valley, members wanted committed routes, some details, whether it's the Tallston, to move it forward. And I'm so worried about that because, you know, deep down inside, I wonder if that's ever going to happen. I mean, I like the concept of the project. I really do. I think it's a great plan. But we don't spend enough time talking about, really, will the water be there in 5 years, 10 years? Will the water be there for the capacity and the amount of money we're going to spend? Will the customers be there to do that? Oh, we'll worry about that in a couple of years. But we've been spending more than 20 years on this particular problem, and we still don't have a route. I am glad, again, the juxtaposition about how I feel about this budget, but yet I'm pleased about it, is I'm glad to hear they're going to ring the bell of opportunity in the social work program, the education program. But I've also suggested, you know, even not that long ago in the fall session, about trying to open the door to other trades and opportunities where we could work together through Aurora College. You know, I've highlighted some. But there seems to be little uptick trying to say, how do we create this when I'm providing opportunities? Suggestions that the department, the minister, or in the college could run with. Mr. Speaker, I think, you know, listening to the words about how different people felt about the child and youth advocate, how it bothered people, we couldn't get a simple yes on this. As a matter of fact, I thought if there was one issue, remember that little islands and we all come together once in a while when the tide goes out and we all form one sort of fixed piece? I thought the child and youth advocate was the one. I really thought people would dig in and just say, no, 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 till you do that. It could have been a simple yes, 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 and we will commit money now to bring it online, and we'll commit money in the future to bring it in live. They could have said, we're going to hire 2 people to design the office and bring it online. And again, this is no different than what I said, you know, the previous week. How come 10 provinces and 2 territories understand how important this is, and we can't see that? Like I said, I thought that was one that would really have made a difference. Mr. Speaker, another thing that would have made a difference, and I've, you know, certainly not been quiet about this, and I appreciate those who were willing to support the initiative, and some days it really felt like it was pulling teeth, was the fact that, you know, trying to advocate on behalf of the RCMP for a health crisis intervention team as a pilot. This is something the RCMP would welcome. This is not breaking new ground, Mr. Speaker. It's breaking ground on how we currently do business. And sometimes I think that that's the fear of this current design of the budget system, the budget process, the budget negotiations, if you call them, is that this is the only way it works. There are many ways for it to work. You know, being the Dean of the House, you know, an old dog in the sense of legislative years, maybe not, you know, oldest, you know, as we know, we've got a few more gray-haired silver foxes around this room. But the truth is, in the old days, you know, the old governments used to spend time coming to the members in the fall and showing them, saying, how do we work some stuff into your budget? or sorry, our budget. Well, it's everyone's budget, to be truthful. You know, there was that give and take early. You know, maybe they would have gone to the committee AOC and said, you know, MLA for the debt show, what's important to you? And they would have said, oh, well, maybe three-phase power mattered to me. It really matters, and it'll make the difference in this community. Like it would change the community. And then go back and think about it and evaluate it and come back and say, you know, okay, well, we can't quite get there yet, but maybe what we'll do is we'll work with you to create a plan to get there. Maybe not this budget, but we'll show you we're working hard. So you have something to go home with and show them we're moving the file beyond a no. And nothing's worse than we know better, not just know. We know better. In those days, it was quite collaborative. Yes, the government got most of what they want, but at the same token, they said members need wins. How many members, you guys must be sick and tired of me saying this, but it matters. Members need wins. And it frustrates me that if somebody gets a win, we can't find ways to stick together for other members to get wins. I mean, I'm not picking on my colleague from Montfouille, but I just want to make a sense that, you know, I was very supportive of the Tłı chła one. I'll go around, I'm very happy for Mackenzie Delta getting their things. But I mean, all of us need wins, not just one or two of us. Like the government has all the resources to do all the decisions, and then they come to us in a format of saying, this is how it's going to go. Convince us otherwise. But it's almost impossible to convince otherwise because we're 11 individual groups, and that's important, and that can't be lost. 11 individual groups. There's nothing that binds us or holds us together. Perhaps hopes, perhaps dreams, but there's nothing that holds us together. Mr. Speaker, I feel like this government is going to miss an opportunity, and, you know, in the sense of, for example, the land administration. That comment was in the minister's response yesterday. I mean, I cannot stress enough. I don't know how I'm so worried we're going to mess this up. And I am terribly worried. I mean, we hear Yellowknife City Council, we hear Nuvik Council, we hear Hay River Council. They all want land. And it continues to be a clear-cut illustration of lead feet moving forward. You know, when I was a young person in the 80s, not completely young, but they talked about the land lease policy, we'll solve things. I even brought it up the other day about Justice Berger saying, oh, don't worry, we'll solve land claims and we'll get through this in about 10 years. Oh my goodness, Justice Berger. Well, he undershot that guess. But land matters. Now, I'm happy to hear that they want to put a couple more people in the system, thank goodness. I just hope it changes the problem because, you know what, the federal government can't wait for us. And as a matter of fact, it's sad to say we almost require the international crisis for us to move forward on success. And I feel horrible as a person thinking about we need bad news for us to have good news here. I don't want to be that person. I don't think anyone does. But if we can't get our stuff together and aligned quickly, what do you expect the federal government to do? I mean, do you want them to issue a parliament order that they're seizing property and they're going to do this and they're going to do that? I mean, I said at the opening of the budget during the start, which is we should have been rolling out the carpet, the red carpet, the big carpet, and saying, thank God you're coming. Because hopes don't fill bellies. They're great stories. So, Mr. Speaker, I really feel like if you assess what the members asked for, and even not that, because they're restated priorities, most of them within the government of what they are doing, but even if you just said they were ours, we're down to $10 million, and that's 0.003 of the budget. That doesn't feel like a win. That feels like the crumbs that fell off the floor, or fell off the table and onto the floor. Just enough to tease us to come back next budget So as everybody says, you can't get what you want, always want, I just wish we felt like we got it once in a while. I wish I could be standing here saying I'm voting for this budget because I'm so excited that half the members' asks were satisfied. Not even a quarter of the members' asks were satisfied. Very few, Mr. Speaker. And hence, it's a very disappointing process until there's a willingness to open their ears and give members wins once in a while. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Illinois.
Member Illinois Central Masi, on that to member for the Great Slave. Masi, Mr. Speaker, the motions that I did on the Mr. Speaker, March 5th, 2026. And the fight, and the question, way, the main estimate, and I see what I came. And what I had that Halina K, the hoodie out in the Wonder Week, and the Asia, and what I know 2 days later, I see that the week January 7th, and Mr. Speaker, and the Yitla the kids that and that certain colleagues has no gets on who did that in so like ministers has no hate down there. And that doesn't seem like that and the Mr. Speaker, that's what I own there. And that's on and the chair is in the almost member of the South who did this mercy. And that she had this going to mercy on there. And I did go and apologize. And I did deal with the Minister of Finance 2027. And I did one last one, honey, that I let it down, the mercy.
Thank you, member from Great Slave.
Member for Great Slave must to the motion.
Somebody say question. Thank you. Oh, you want to go again?
Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
I appreciate comments from all the colleagues. I mean, and it is an opportunity to respond to some of it. I can't respond to every single member's concerns or criticisms of the budget or the process itself, but I do want to hit a few of the highlights. We don't have endless money, Mr. Speaker. We don't have endless public servants. And what I will say is I have now, over the last few years, come to dread the day that I am getting the letter with the first round of asks. This year's letter was over 7 pages long, if I recall correct, or the better part of 7 pages long. And I often brace for what I'm going to see in it. It is detailed. It often involves things like plans, costed plans, targeted plans, detailed plans, frameworks, resources, workforces, so on and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, we're getting that obviously in the course of having a month or 6 weeks to go in the middle of session. And this is what we're all collectively being tasked in our departments to go and fix. What is different in that process, as I have come to find out, is that what I've been told is that in the past assemblies, the asks were focused on more money here or more money there. And so these detailed asks seeking clarification, extensions, additions to the way the government works is a very different approach to changing the budget. The budget isn't just the new money. The budget is the totality of how the government spends public resources to deliver things for the public. And so what I am asked with these detailed asks on behalf of my colleagues is to fundamentally alter the work that is happening with the $2.7 billion. And the process is one that begins and really begins just about when we leave here tomorrow. Departments almost immediately have to start going in and saying, okay, where have we landed? What are our target adjustments? What did we hear over the course of session? Where do we know those pinch points are going to be in the next year? What were the major themes, topics, highlights, things that we didn't address in this budget, but we know have become major issues. The business planning process for departments and for ministers happens over the fall, so that by December, all of our colleagues here in the House are getting a copy of the draft main estimates. The main estimates do get printed, but we know that they will change. And that process of change, Mr. Speaker, begins, as I think was just detailed, with the January reviews, then the beginning of the discussions in February through now. That formal part of the process is a quarter of the year. A quarter of the year we spend formally reviewing the budget, going through it, and negotiating it and discussing it. Of every single calendar year, we go through that process, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of this one, Mr. Speaker, we do have quite a number of, I think, fairly interesting changes that are coming in terms of how government is functioning. And so I did go through them yesterday. I do want to note, Mr. Speaker, it would be my intention to table them as a list tomorrow so that they are more readily available as a tabled document for anyone that wants to have a look at the highlights. But there are a few that are worth mentioning again. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to start with the education items, and the inclusive schooling item got some attention here today. There was a review underway, and there is a review and a management response being prepared. It was not ready in time to be part of the business planning process. Typically, something like that would go through a business planning process. So we wouldn't even see the benefits of this review until the next budget in 2027. It was obviously abundantly clear that that was not an acceptable timeline to our colleagues here. It was abundantly clear that they were expecting this to move much faster. So no, I don't know the specific details. We are taking an estimate of what the costing will be. We've estimated just roughly through the Department of Finance that this is likely to be a $30 million need. It frankly may well be more, Mr. Speaker. But the other thing is we're prepared to say we're not just going to wait till the next budgeting cycle. We're going to get some of that moving out immediately. That is not a small ask just to go and take a huge review and figure out what to do. But again, that response is coming as a result of the priority set through these last couple of months to identify that we can't wait for next year, that we need to figure out some dollars faster. And even if that's not perfect, we need to do it, and we need to do it quickly. So that's how it's coming. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, with respect to early literacy and screening and intervention, and frankly, the absence of federal funding that may be coming for early learning and childcare, I don't know where that's going to land, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Education doesn't yet know where that's going to land. We can sit back and we can wait. We can say, yeah, well, we'll probably figure it out, or we can be put on the spot now here to say, we're going to make this commitment. We're not going to let this program slide. We are going to make a commitment now, and we're going to figure out the funding. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I think that gives some people in the Department of Finance some queasiness. They would much prefer if we could take this process slowly. Come up with a careful plan, developed over time, carefully costed, vetted through the processes, not here where we say, you know what? Our colleagues have said they can't wait, they won't wait, and they won't pass this budget unless we make that commitment in advance. This actually, Mr. Speaker, if I recall correctly, was the first year knowing the size and scale of the expectations put upon us by our colleagues, of the kinds of things they wanted to see advanced this year, not next year. This was the first time that we're actually making commitments for next year, saying we will figure this out this year. We will use this year's budget to get this work done, and we're making commitments for budget 2027 now on behalf of the government. It's the first time we've done that, and the reason I think it matters, Mr. Speaker, is it speaks to, again, the totality of the way that our system functions, where we can recognize that there are priorities that we may be working on as a government. But the criticism of when is it going to come, when are we going to see it, when are we ever going to do it? Well, we've now said, okay, I don't have the number for you today, but I'm going to commit that it will come. It will be in the next budget. And I don't think I've ever actually been in a position or been put into the position to have to do that. But those are the demands put on us, that we're not going to let this government be done. We're not going to let the 20th Assembly be done unless you tell us that these things are going to happen. So go get the work done, figure it out, and bring it back. And so that's what we're doing on a number of fronts now, Mr. Speaker. I do appreciate that colleagues are not just expecting an answer by the May session. Some of these big items, early learning and childcare is a good one, and some of the inclusive schooling money and some of the healthcare commitments, they will take longer to get done right. But again, It is a very different process than what you might see elsewhere, but it's one that I think really does, again, speak to the totality of how do we spend public dollars and how do we decide where to put them, and this is one that truly does respond to that. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, actually, as I'm flipping through my own little list I'm going to table tomorrow, I do want to stop for a moment on the Tłı chło government item. I know this has also come up this evening, and the administrative region. I do sincerely appreciate the member from Montfleet's, but I've heard from a number of people on this issue, and a lot of questions of what that will look like. I appreciate a bit of grace on this because I do acknowledge that there's a strong expectation that this will get done this assembly, not some future day. But I do feel strongly that we want to make sure we're doing this work with the Tłı chło government. I know myself and the Premier have had outreach from the Grand Chief on this now in the last couple of days owing to the discussion here and to the commitments made. And so I do just want to reaffirm, I've certainly heard the request that this happen for all of the reasons put forward in the Assembly. So that was in the budget acknowledgements, but again, I want to maybe just double down a little bit, that I've heard that, I understand it, and we're going to find this one, we're going to find a path forward on this, Mr. Speaker. We're going to find a path forward that really meets the needs of the Tłı chło government and the Tłı chło people. Mr. Speaker, I am trying to be mindful of time. I want to spend a couple minutes on the health and social services items. This one, there was a lot of attention and a lot of time spent in unpacking these challenges. There's a lot of work happening in primary care reform. There's a lot of work happening on medical travel review. But again, us in the government side saying there's work happening when it's not translating, when it's not answering what members from AOC who are charged with accountability over the government are saying, this is not good enough what you're giving us, the timelines you're giving, the explanations you're giving, the details you're giving are not good enough, and we want to see more. We want to have more clarity, we want to have more commitments for times, we want to have more commitments for what we're going to see and when, and for more commitments on how you're going to do these things. That is fundamentally altering the work and the function of the public servants who are working within the budget that we are seeking to have approved. So to modify what they're doing, how they're doing it, that again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's quite a testament to the accountability that's been brought to this House, where I sit down with the Minister of Health, her deputy, my deputy, and we all sit and we say, okay, what can we do and how do we do it? So, Mr. Speaker, this was one that has had a lot of attention from our departments in order to make sure that we are making promises here reflective of the issues that have come forward and that will truly push the government in the direction that we are hearing clearly that members in this House want to go. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to maybe, before I conclude, land on the items under justice, because they actually happen to be items that matter a lot to me. And it's the role that we have over here is in the departments that we have. We don't necessarily get a chance to dig into every issue. But when the asks come forward for improvements to small community access to justice on issues that I know have been around since way back in the day when I was still doing circuit courts. And they have long sought for solutions. I have long heard Sigachuk and Yatıì say, why can't we have RCMP patrols? Why the court doesn't come here? These are not new asks. But Mr. Speaker, this was the first time that the minister, in receiving these asks, said we are going to solve this. We're going to figure something out. It's not perfect. I can't force the RCMP to open a detachment, and it's not a simple request, but we've found some solutions that I believe will make a significant difference. This ask from the members is what drove this. I appreciate that they brought it forward, and I appreciate that they're willing to let us see if we can make some creative solutions that I hope will truly make a difference for the people in Yatıì and Sigachuk to have better access to justice and more safety and better sense of safety with the RCMP. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude. I do want to commend the members. Again, the questions that are in question period are only part of the story. The questions that we hear in the Committee of the Whole, the media doesn't always pay attention to us here in Committee of the Whole, and maybe doesn't seem to make as good television, but that is the review of the budget. That is the public review of the budget document. Ministers and senior officials sit as witnesses. I'd commend anyone who has an interest in an issue or an interest in a department to review the Hansard from Committee of the Whole and to see the way that people truly dig into the line-by-line or the function by function of government, because that's where that happens. With that, Mr. Speaker, I do want to thank the chair and the deputy chair. As I said, it was an overwhelming list. They're having to manage that list too. I appreciate the work that they do. I appreciate the good humor they bring to it. I appreciate the twisting that they put on me to make sure that we truly are finding every last way to deliver within this government and within the way that we do things. It is they are lengthy negotiations. There's lots of back and forth. There's both exchanges of paper and reviews, one to the other. But one thing I will say, Mr. Speaker, is it's not what I have found it was many, many years ago, where you bake a few asks in, you'd see your asks and the negotiations were effectively done, or set aside a few million here and there and it was done. When we go through this process, Mr. Speaker, we alter the way that we spend the dollars. We're not just adding new money. You're fundamentally going to change the things that we deliver upon as a government, and that is thank you to the asks, firstly, that members make, to the follow-through on which of those asks and how we want to see them achieved, and what kind of creative solutions we can come up with. It alters the function of government. It makes the function of government better. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, my last word is this. I want to start or end where I started, which is that this territory is at a very challenging crossroads right now. It's been a very difficult several years of successive emergency, successive crisis. Now really we're sitting in the middle of a geopolitical crisis with eyes on the Arctic, and not always positive or welcoming ones, but the eyes of our nation are on the Arctic. And it's our opportunity to stand as elected leaders, to stand and say that we can work together, identify priorities, identify creative solutions, work towards them collaboratively, and that we are ready to do that, to deliver upon projects that will build this country, because a strong North will be a strong Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance Massi on there. And the motion high sinque. And the Tachi Massi Gisi on there. And Tłı. And the Lageda Massi Gesiano. And the Lata on the Yugamasi Nakis in the home. And you call to the motion. That's a talking that it's idea. Minister, and the recorded votes. I mean, anyone's in our war. Yellowknife South, Cam Lake, Hay River North, Hay River South, Inuvik Twin Lake, member for the Nakput, member for Decho, member for the Satu, Inuvik Budlik, member for Move, member for Grace Live, Mackenzie Delta, Yellowknife North, member of the Bacha. I mean, Lenny wants in our war. Trinity will the Yellowknife Center, member for Range Lake. I mean, get sit down our war, Lenny wants in our war.
Colleagues.
And the recorded votes are in the 15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstention. Motion holding on there.
Third reading the bill.
Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, March 6, 2026 at 10 a.m. Prayer or reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 1071-20 bracket 1, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions 35-20 bracket 1, 36-20 bracket 1, 37-20 bracket 1, returns to written questions, written question 32-20 bracket 1, 33-20 bracket 1, 34-20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motions, motion 76-20 bracket 1, 77-20 bracket 1, 28-20 bracket 1, 78, sorry. Notice of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, Bill 46, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, Bill 3, Committee Report 39-20-1, Table Document 445-20-1, Table Document 483-20-1, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 34, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, the Hudson Friday, March 6, 2026, the Hudson ke mo don ta da dio de hono ni ono.